sorry, now I've got to see what's going on here. Oh goodness, it's difficult to work with somebody else's computer. I hate it. Sir, can you assist me? I can't find my PowerPoint. Let me just see if it's, oh, there it is. Wait, let me just go to my little thingamabob. There you go. Right. Okay, it's a bit slow, but it's coming.
I think a comment while we're waiting for them
Yeah.
to make was,
Please.
from an academic perspective, there's
Yes.
lots of pressure to fill views.
Yes.
And obviously to get your CV as extensive as possible, that's pressure. And therefore people kind of, I think in some cases when it started out, people didn't know it was their representative. They genuinely thought that this is a journal that it's
Thank you for that comment. You will see, just hold on to that, because we are going to unpack it. And you'll see, I'll confirm it actually. What are the drivers of doing predatory and unethical practices? Oh, sorry, do you want my laptop? Hey, please. Of what's actually loaded. Ugh. You know, I complain such a lot about our IT at our
Let's try that.
Okay, so my last question to you was, do you think that open access journals are under attack? Yes. Yes.
And I just thought about the credibility of it, and
Yes.
it did say that they do peer review and all of that. So I was just wondering,
Yeah.
and that's just my thoughts back to you based on the report.
Okay, right. Yeah.
University journals.
Yes.
Because I see that in South Africa there's more and more of them coming out.
Yes.
But
Okay.
we as like researchers, we're now looking to publish in international
Yes.
and rather first
I know.
I know.
Locally. Yeah, and there's a couple of good law ones, let me just say that. Okay, right. I really called my presentation Spotting the Wolves, because they are, you know, if you look at the behavior of a wolf, they sly, they creepy, they do it under the radar, and if you see that, bite you in the butt, you know. So that's why I thought that it's actually very appropriate. While transdisciplinary, and I wanted to add computer sciences and engineering sciences, are much more with conference proceedings. So that's very interesting, that difference that we picked up. Now this is very upsetting, really, and that is to say that 14% of the respondents admit that they have used a predatory journal or a conference. And that's sad, and I'll show you why. Now, if we equate it, you know, we work with rands and cents, and especially in South Africa, where you've got the research output policy, and you are rewarded for what you've done, your institution, although. So if we translate it then to monies, then that's horrific, because it's 1.2 million researchers, 1.2 million researchers of approximately 8.8 million in the world who could have used predatory outlets. It's high. It's very high, with billions of dollars of research costs. And that includes your materials, your time. The people was wasted because of this. So that's why we're saying we need to pay attention to this problem. Now we ask these people, now why did you do that? What drove you to do that? Some of them said they were not aware at the time. So there's your reason. They were not aware of it. Conference looked very legitimate and non-predatory. There was support from my university, and several well-known professors were in the invitations. Can you see how deceiving and sly are the behavior of these guys? Some of them said to me, well, I needed to advance my career. You know, I was pressured to publish my article because I'm waiting for my degree to be issued to me. I really had to get some results just to tick that box, so to speak. You need to publish in a predatory journal to stay in the race. It's concerning reasons for actually participating. It was faster, it was easier, or it was a cheaper option. Remember that open access journals ask article processing charges sometimes, if they're not diamond. And that means that there's some monetary money starting to exchange hands. And people saw that, and they started to exploit open access journals. I thought, this is a money-making business. We can do this. And then they scam and they just run away. But you know what? The thing where I stand in the work that I do, if I get a reason like this, they were encouraged by their peers. So then we get these cartels where they work together and they look out for each other and they do gatekeeping. The lead author suggested we publish in a predatory journal after a few rejections, and one co-author was an editor at the journal, which made it difficult to criticize. Can you see that there's also some not very trustworthy activities happening? And that's most concerning. And I'll show you in the South African case, what are we meaning there? So why is it important that we look at these things? Why, from a country level, is it important? Because it fuels misinformation in public policy. If we think about the research output policy in South Africa, and billions, 500 billions of rands are being dispersed to universities on an annual basis. It's a lot of money. So we must not taint the system with these practices. It will infiltrate and undermine the research enterprise, which is very true. And then widen the research gap between high income and low income countries because of this reputation from a developing world that we just have to protect. And we have to solicit really some good publishing practices. Now, this was, to me, was very sad when we did the whole survey. And that's why I'm so grateful that I can speak to you lot. And I hope you can go after this session and tell the other people out there, you missed something. Because wherever my CV went, whether it was to societal membership, communities of practice, or hiring institutions, people would highlight and question my predatory publication. It has become a really obvious black dot in my career. How sad is that? That it will follow you until the end that you retire. It's a footprint that you leave behind, and that's horrible. The experience was bad as I had no option of omitting or removing my name from these journals. I have deployed my PhD completion. It has delayed my PhD completion by many years because after that discouragement set in, I disconnected and I'm now trying to pick up the pieces. It is hard. Can you feel the pain? Can you see the damage? Can you see the regrets? Can you see the personal conflict and sort of interrogating how you actually feel about this? So, I really regret it. Unfortunately, I had over 20 to 25 papers sacrificed in these journals, and I have become a questionable researcher. So, it is very important that you are on the lookout and trust your gut. That's why you were born with a gut. If you think something is not right, ask the questions. Keep on asking the questions. Interrogate what you're feeling and why you're feeling that. Listen to all these little smart, small men, women sitting somewhere talking to you. I said to you that it is very difficult to sometimes distinguish between a predatory journal and a very low quality journal. And even for us in the group, we decided to have a spectrum approach. Is to say that on your left-hand side, very high risk red, you've got fraudulent, deep entrenched journals, and then it moves, and that will be interesting for you from the library, and then they move to actually low quality to absolutely excellent journals. And what we did is we actually had some markers, that's what we called them, to identify these journals with. So if I just read out, and it will resonate with my colleague there at the back, that says rapid and unrealistic services, poor or no peer review, plagiarize reputable outlets, use researchers' names without permission, fake editorial or advisory boards, meaningless programs, lie about the credentials like the impact factor. Low quality is they breach good practice, low quality peer review, aggressive or indiscriminate solicitation. Remember you spoke about the solicitation? It's a marker. Be careful. Inactive editorial advisory board. Oh, we find it many times. It's absolutely crazy to when you start plowing down and you start drilling down to see who are those people. Invitations are full of mistakes. Remember what you said? It's full of mistakes, lack of focus or organization, exaggerate their prestige. Yes, I'm going to be this keynote address, person at this conference, And then promised services are poor and lacking. So can you feel and can you see this wave of what's actually happening, as opposed to a quality journal, which you can see. You can see the wording is strong. Thorough peer review, strong editorial advisory boards, transparent, robust policy to ensure research and operational integrity, transparent policies, clear about costs, take proper action when challenged. Can you see it's strong? It's very definitive wording that's being used for a quality journal. Right. Okay, let's move on. What should I use to tell me that this is a predatory journal? Use your gut. Use your senses. If you look at something and you see, this is not making sense, probe. That's why you also have a library. That's why you also have librarians. You have a study leader. Go and ask the question. Please check this for me. Please look at this. Please look at that. You have these people to your avail. There are a couple of lists, and so many times we were asked in this project, why are we not creating a list of predatory journals? But it is crazy. Just to have somebody to check that every time, even in Web of Science, which is an accredited, and even in Scopus, retractions happens every 5 minutes, lists and lists of them, hundreds. And how do you keep track of all those retractions? So develop a good gut and look at the things and the markers that I've shared with you when you're interrogating. But what is a very nice tool is this thing, check and submit. It gives you also little markers which you can look at and then think about it. And then when you're sure of your story, then only submit your manuscript to that journal. Cabell's is a subscription one. I'm not sure if you have that luxury in your library. We don't. That is one way to check it. Again, they're also struggling. And then, of course, there are many there's Author Aid, there's COPE, which is a ethics international body that can give you even advice, LAT Index, which was in the South American countries, very stringent criteria. And then, of course, for conference, think, check, and attend. same sort of criteria, but just added a little bit about conferences. So there are tools out there, but please remember also your study leader and your library in your different institutions. So what are the drivers and the root causes? And you started to allude upon those. And that is the monetization and commercialization of research sector, especially in South Africa, where we have the research output policy. There's money, there's big carrots being held in front of us. So it's becoming something that we have to follow. And also, you see, with the author pays model being especially prone to abuse. Open access journal that ask article processing charges, it starts to get to a money-making business. So me, who is an open science, open access advocacist, had my handfuls in defending open access in this panel. You know, because I do come from a privileged world like the Europes, etc., this panel, some of them, and you know, I just said, well, it is really sometimes very difficult for us to access information. Quantity over quality research evaluation systems, we see that, and I can use an example of ASAF membership, where we look at these lists and we ask them, give us your 10 best publications, and then you can sometimes see that these applications are loaded and full of mistakes and things, and we really have to scrutinize the application. So just imagine the National Research Foundation, you know, what work do they have to go through to actually scrutinize these applications? And then the lack of transparency, and then we start advocating for open, anonymized or hybrid peer review processes. Peer review still stays the gold standard of academic output. If it's not there, imagine it in this world. So please view peer review as a very important service to conduct to your fellow researchers to enable integrity and quality still in the academic system. I think we've spoken enough about sort of the common features. Now, my PowerPoint presentation will be available to you. If you leave your name, I'm happy to send it off to you and happy to share it with you for further reference. But let me just show you, and we spoke about seeking the profit over the contribution to scholarship. And I just want to drill down a little bit into some websites. So it's a deliberate deception of authors by either hiding or not disclosing fees. So there's nothing wrong in asking fees well, we say not to the author, it should actually be to the institution. But it must be fully disclosed. What is the journal using it for? Layout, design, maybe for the editor, honorarium. I mean, just be open. We are advocating for openness. And that it's not closed that you sit there and you think, well, why are you asking me now 20,000 Rand or sometimes $20,000 to have my article published? Why? You know, if you understand what the costs are, I'm sure there's a case to make. Don't omit it if you're an editor. And that is why omics, I'm quite sure you must have come across, maybe more in the research and in the library world, is omics is banned as an absolutely predatory journal. And then, of course, misinterpretation of abstracting and indexing. And this is the thing where your librarian can assist you, because they know these abstracting and indexing services very well. They can tell you, no, this is not right, or yes, no, this is legit, we can check for you, etc. So they claim to have then inclusion in databases or companies that provide fake and misleading information. So this is just one example, for instance. Now, if I look at my colleague here, who is from the library, if I say ICI World of Journals, then you'll think, huh? What is this? A conference proceeding is very small, it's tiny, it's 0.5, but it's still something. That's why I said it's one of the single and most important funding mechanisms of higher education. There's only 3 funding mechanisms through to institutions. It's the research output policy, it's the throughput of M&Ds, and then the third one, Ne, that's right, registered students. It's 3 streams of funding into universities, extremely important. So we must not stand critical over this research policy, but we must try and better it. What do you think? If I have a big carrot in front of your nose and I say, oh, your institution can get all this money, what is your reaction as a researcher? What will you do?
Quantity over quality.
There you go. There you go. That's exactly it. It has unintended consequences. It certainly has raised research output in South Africa, incredibly, and I have a graph, I'll show you that as well. So it has its purpose, but what do you think also happened? So now the quantity and quality, it definitely has unintended consequences. Let's see what the South African researchers are actually doing. As I said, productivity and quality, that's the purpose of this output. And research output is defined as original, systematic investigation undertaken to gain new knowledge and understanding. That's very important. It's a very important definition of research output. New knowledge. What are you contributing? Peer review, which is still the gold standard of the work that we do. It also says about research integrity, and that the quality of the work of the authors and the institution supporting of them must be of high standard. And you've just heard, it is tainting what's currently happening. And it expects us to be ethical in our behavior, author, reviewer, an editor, or a publisher. So the research output policy is actually very clear. But it's, do we actually enforce all the regulations in there? So can you see, from 1999 up to 2020, can you see that bar just shooting up? And if you look, in 2005, which is about there in the middle, when the first research output policy was published, what it meant. And then in 2015, which is about third from our right, then the books, that accreditation amount actually increased. And you can see that growth in there. But what is very interesting, and this is the thing we've got to be very careful about, can you see between 2018 and 2019, there was a dip. And the reason being is that there were institutions that were gaming the system. And then the department just said, no, sorry, we were not going to pay your subsidy. It caused for big alarm, and you can imagine criticism, etc. Okay, thank you. Right. So what is the distribution of articles in South African journals and in foreign journals? This is very interesting because this is also moving. Look at the percentage. Look at 2022, right at the bottom. So 5,293 articles were in South African journals. Do you know how many South African journals we are publishing? 330 South African journals. It's a lot. If you think that we are not publishing in our own journals anymore. Regional journals are very important because they have a very particular regional focus. But look at the foreign journals. 25,297 articles being published in what we call international, European, American journals. So can you see what's happening there? And you will see how it sort of moved. It was 50-50, and then how slowly and gradually it's moving to foreign journals. And why is that? Do you think there's been a shift? What is the biggest driver? It's because the institutions want their authors to publish in high-impact foreign journals. So that's the biggest driver of this graph. Of course you can. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
So technically that journal is Southern Africa.
Yes. It's because they're streaming. Yeah.
So, but then it's still licensed under Tyler and Francis.
Yes.
But I'm trying to look for that email that I originally got for my article, but then it's also recognized under the DHET.
Yes.
So I just wanted to understand from your previous slide, when you say international journal, but you have guys like Tyler and Francis, which I'm going to call them a collective, they've got multiple journals.
Yes, they
Some
do.
are like Southern African, whatever.
Yes.
So how do you categorize them, and where would, for example, this journal, Anthropology Southern Africa, fall under?
Yeah. Excellent question, lovely question. And it will fall for us under South Africa because, you know, we do have a broader remit than just nationally. Regionally is very important. Southern, you know, meaning SADC and so on. If you look at the South African Journal Science, it says South African. But actually, if you look at the focus, it's Africa. Everything has been published in Africa about South Africa or South African whatever falls under the South Africa. But that's on the one hand side. On the other hand, we are picking up some problems. Is what do you define as a South African journal? Because, and now so we're suddenly in that situation and we can see that's happening. Because this research output policy is there to reward, well, South African journals should be the vehicle. You know, mainly, if we start accrediting and we're paying subsidies, that's the focus. So in going forward, and I'll show you what we're going to do, we're in a new process now called the Publications Quality Framework, where we will look what constitutes a South African journal. Because it's still about the accredited journals. So if it's a journal in Web of Science, Scopus, Cielo South Africa, and the DHET accredited list. Remember, the DHET accredited list has a very important role to play. And it is to harness and to nurture the South African journals. But then there must be of quality. But now we're getting a mixed things. What these publishers do is, if they don't, we evaluate all the journals for accreditation. If we recommend no accreditation, what they do is they go to the International Indexing Service, and they get accreditation there, and they sort of say, where? You didn't want to accredit us, but we are accredited as per DOAJ, for instance. That's problematic, because we still have a responsibility towards local journals to get them to a particular quality. So in going forward, we will evaluate that and just have a look, and then we could say to those journals, you cannot skip the local system to get access. If it's a South African journal, to skip the local system to get access to indexing service to get. Yes, sir.
I just want to come in to say why I guess most people are publishing international. In the research corridors is
Yes.
that there's too much gatekeeping in South African journals.
Okay.
Because I think sometimes the academic space is not that blind as per se, because you would know, like for new scholars, it's difficult to publish in a South African journal because they like look at you and see Zikona, who's Zikona. Like, I think gatekeeping as well exists a lot in the South African journals. I personally tried to publish with a South African journal. I don't know whether this was ethical. So my paper was accepted, 2 blind reviews. The
Yes.
editor suggested it goes to a 3rd reviewer. It went, the 3rd reviewer also recommended it gets published. Editor, I met the editor like I think twice for tea, trying to fix the paper. To this day, the paper is not published. I ended up giving up. So there's also South African journals, there's too much gatekeeping that happens to a point where you try regional journals because they like it's more, it feels like a blind now process opposed to South Africa, because in South Africa you have established researchers and perhaps they look at some of our manuscript and say like, who is this person? We don't know them, and they normally don't want to publish us, and then pretty much forces us to perhaps look regional or
Yeah.
international.
Yeah.
So I think another reason is gatekeeping, because
Okay.
I've also had other
Yes.
researchers who say, you know what,
Yeah.
target a regional.
Yeah.
When I was going through that problem, to say, you know
Yeah.
what, South African journals are actually a no-go area
Yeah.
because of gatekeeping. Try more like
Yeah.
regional or international. So I just wanted to add that.
Well, I think it's a very important point that you raise, and I sincerely sort of hope that we can move beyond that, because that's not where this is not in the age where I'm living in. You know, it shouldn't be like that. And specifically from ASA point of view, you know, we promote equity, accessibility, inclusivity, and that's part of the IDEA is sort of our motto, and we try and also install that into editors to adhere to that. That's on the one side. Just want to say something, and I'm not making excuses, and that is I find that South African journals have problems, have financial problems to actually publish, to be quick, and to get it out there, and to be on the top. You know, if I just look at South African Journal of Science, I mean, our rejection rate is something like 92%. It's huge, but the most papers that gets rejected is from China, Pakistan, India, because it's not South African specific or about the Africa continent at all. So it's very high, it's extremely high. But you know how we have to stage. We publish about 80 research articles per annum, which is quite a lot for a South African journal. Yeah, but we've got our hands full to publish them in time, quickly, to get them out there. Sometimes we have to prioritize certain articles. I just want to say to be an editor is a tough job as well, and especially if you don't have the resources. I mean, at ASIF, we are privileged. You know, we put all our resources because it's one of our flagship projects. So, you know, sometimes I have to cut from my other projects just to make sure that SAJS goes. So it is difficult. But I do take your point, because I have heard those complaints, and I'm sorry about that. You know, that's not what we want for South African journals as such. Sorry?
I have the same experience with South Africa Journals of Science. So I sent my article, and it went through the first one, maybe up to 10 of them. There's only one that responded. Others, they didn't respond, and it's now over 1 year. So I just gave up and moved to another journal.
That's terrible. That's very bad management. You know, sometimes if your journal is in the process to being peer reviewed, now the question is, should I just cancel it? Should I just say retract it? You know, and just say don't publish it. But then you also jeopardize the whole system. You know, you must remember that some monies and some human resources have already looked at it and trying to peer review your article. But if they don't answer, now my question is, and that's why we also advocate for an online content management system, because at least you can track it. I can give you a password, and you can track to see where is it. Has it been to one peer review, to two peer reviewers? What happened? Did they reject it, or did they whatever? But some journals is still on a paper and on a hand way of dealing with the journals. And that's very bad. It's not effective. It is not conducive. I actually don't have advice, just to say, you know, that we are really trying now to look at those journals who doesn't have an online content management system and who's not functioning effectively. I don't know. I don't have good news for them. I'm not sure they will be able to coexist in going forward. Yeah. So.
I don't know, maybe it was in my field, because I had an experience, because I submitted an article, right? They said they didn't have reviewers. Can I recommend reviewers? Yeah. Again, I recommended reviewers. They say those people are busy. You need to recommend again. And then time, because like I'm a new scholar and I don't know those people. No. And then they wanted me to recommend, and the people that I recommend, and I look at into my list, they say they are busy, and then it dragged time even for that. I don't know.
It's horrible.
Maybe if you can comment on that.
You know, it does happen. And the thing is, I personally have a problem if you ask the author to recommend a reviewer, because there's a biasness. You know, I know you, and I think, oh, shame, this poor guy. I better give him a good review. I actually have problems with that. I feel it is the editor's responsibility to come, hell or high water, is to try and get reviewers. I think that's very important. But it is difficult. I must say we all battle with peer reviewers. People are not prepared to actually peer review. This is articles. So we try and advocate and say, no, but it's academic citizenship. You've got to do that. You've got to, we have quite a huge, well, our editor is very assisting, and he helps, and especially young authors. If he sees there's potential, he will sit with them and he'll take them through the ranks, you know. But it's a very bad practice, and I don't know what to advise because we're all struggling to get peer reviewers. So just remember, on our platform, ASAF, there's African Scientist Directory. It's doctorate people from the continent. You know, just maybe there's somebody that you can use and that's in your field, just as a backup. And also on our website, all our members, all the researchers that is member from ASAF, their names are listed as well there. Try and use that list and see if there's not perhaps a possibility. Ma'am.
So I'm just curious. I would like to ask or give an example. For example, if it's a South African journal, a journal, and then we find that South Africans are struggling to publish in, but people from maybe other nations are able to publish. Is it because the reviewers do not have knowledge of the country, maybe where the study was conducted, or from your experience, is it one of the factors that is contributing, or it could be other issues?
It can be so many reasons, you know. I can start to say, well, you know, remember what I said about that one guy or that one person that commented to say, well, you know, they've got their buddies there. And maybe that could be a reason. A second reason could be that the papers are fulfilling the focus much better, maybe than yours. It could be. It could also be that, you know, that the productivity, the effectiveness of the actual editorial team is not so good, and that they in some way prioritize these different articles. It's difficult to judge, except for if we don't know who's the journal, but I don't want to ask you, you know, I'm just saying there are many journals which are really low. The question is it accredited? Is the accredited South African journal? There's a huge layer. I think there's about another 100 journals being published in South Africa, which is not accredited, and you've got to be careful. Yeah. So you got another question? No. Okay. All right. Yes. Okay, you need to speak in the microphone. Sorry, sir. They're streaming this session, that's why. Yes.
I was told by a friend of mine. Okay. I was told by a friend of mine that your supervisor that is supervising your work, we have one way or the other influence on how your journal is published. Like maybe if your supervisor now is well known to the particular journal in question, let's say South Africa journal now. Yeah. So if your supervisor is probably a renowned scholar and is well known to them, and you put it that you work under him, that there's a possibility of being reviewed and being worked on and being released on time, revised on time, compared to someone who's coming or working under a supervisor that's not well known. I don't know how true is that.
You know, if you look at, if it's any consolation, if you look at world literature, you look at the social construct of publishing, this is a very typical phenomenon. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying sometimes you have the Matthew effect. So what does it say in Matthew? Those who will have will get more. And they call it, you can go and Google it. It's called the Matthew effect. Go and Google it and you will see exactly what I'm saying. So this is part of sort of international behavior. I'm not saying it's right. You know, where we stand, we're just saying it has to be equal and the spread has to be equal. And that shouldn't be a factor, you know, when submitting to a journal. But just go and have a look, Google it and see. Okay, let's continue. Are you guys still okay? Are you sure? Can I continue? Okay,
Yeah.
right. Thank you. Now, this is the South African Predatory Journal numbers. Now, you know, when you're in the field where I am, it's very dangerous just to say to a journal you're predatory. You know, you've got to have criteria, you have to interrogate, you have to look at is it or is it not. So you can see that's what we did. We started off with a high number, and then a lot actually fell off because it was predatory, very weak evidence. We actually couldn't establish. But can you see that it's growing? Now, in this 10-year period, in the study that we did, the percentage was very low. It was about 3.4% over a 10-year period. So it is very minuscule, the predatory journals as an incidence. And I think that the sector, after we launched the study, actually did a lot of work to, you know, to do some work on it and make sure that South African journals are not predatory necessarily. So what we found, we said, it is not really predatory that's happening in South Africa. It's more questionable practices. And remember what I said, we've got a spectrum approach. It's really quite, you know, dangerous, is even unethical practices. So what did we find broadly? Unacceptable levels of publication intensity by the editor that publishes in its own journal, or a member of the editorial board in their own journal. So now you ask questions, well, who vetoes that your article should be published? What is the process? Do you have it in your policy that you say that if an editor submits, because I suppose sometimes the editor wants to submit, you know, let's be honest with each other. But what is the process being followed? If it's not in the editorial policies, yes, ma'am.
Encourages that right behavior or that right accent. But a second one that I think is technical and you can effect easily is creating an environment.
I think it's next door.
Experimentation is allowed. Now, all kinds of crazy and experimental episodes again, they still status consent, but you have to create a space where they use for experiment. So there is an idea. I always say the best teams are the ones where you create a Shopify.
Oh yeah, that's next door. Ooh. She's cheeky, that one.
So I had a quick thought on your
Yes.
point here about the editors editing their own journal. What about special issues?
Yeah.
And you'd find that most of, well, when there's like a guest editor for a special issue,
Yes.
I'm going to make the example that I was in for Anthropology Southern Africa, my previous publication, where we had two professors from UJ, right? And they were pushing a lot of young researchers, right?
Yeah.
And then also, obviously, they need to push themselves.
Yeah.
And when the issue came out, I found that, yes, it was a huge number of like young scholars,
Yes.
and that's all good and well. But then they also had pieces of their own there. So are we understanding to that, or because it's a special issue,
Yes.
or is
Yes.
it very cringe that editors
No.
are also doing that? Are they not keeping space? Hey, I'm thinking gatekeeping as well now, because
no,
a lot
it's
of
fine.
people
Yeah.
push to get their work published. I mean, it's a special issue. You
Yes.
want to make sure, because also capacity-wise with any journal, if it's a special issue, they try to keep it out on time. So when I see editors pushing their own work, while they could have gotten other people to contribute to the
Yes.
special issue, I'm very I have strong feelings about that.
No, indeed. Look, special issues do have a little bit of a different arrangement because it's a special issue. You know, and I'm glad to hear that they did push some young emerging sort of researchers into the theme. The question I would like to ask is that editors, did they write on the actual theme? Because sometimes what these guest editors do, and that is sort of best practice and common practice. And that is that they would write something to take all these contributions together and to put it in quite a synergistically way forward, you know. So it's the right question to ask. Did the editor do what they're supposed to do in a special edition? Did they play this overseeing role in bringing all this information together under one umbrella just by doing a little bit bits and pieces, you know, and write a guest editorial? But that's different to writing an actual article. So one must be very careful in your special editions. What do? You know, and how you actually do that. But the special issues do have a little bit of a different flavor, but still integrity and ethics must prevail. Yeah, indeed. Other publishing practices. Unacceptable publication intensity by an individual. So that's where I talked about publishing cartels, where you can see it's from the same unit or sometimes from the same nations or etc., where they group together and they've got unrealistic publishing activity in journals. More than 2 papers in the same issue, we say, would be considered as an excessively large number from the same author. Because remember, you also have salami slicing. Do you know what salami slicing is? Is when you have a subject, let's say disability, wherever. And I submit my article, but I thinly slice it. Then I just talk about this, and then I just talk about that. But whilst you could have published it all together as one article, and it would have been sensibly. There are some people that actually very thinly slice their research. Talking about publication cartels that I've mentioned, where 2 or more individuals, sometimes also members of the editorial board, co-author repeatedly in the same journal. Can you see, it just doesn't sit well, you know, about what we would like to see in a journal. Plagiarism, salami slicing, ghost authorships or author affiliations. The research output policy is clear about who can claim for this the funding. But now we get ghost authorship. So in going forward, there will be questionable procedures in place. So not questionable, the process will question authors' affiliations, and there must be some certain documentation from the HR to prove that that person has been employed by the university for a period of time. Because if we look at the new statistics, it is actually quite something. Yes. Yes, sure. Just the microphone. Oh, it's behind you. There you go.
Okay. Can you please go back to your previous slide?
Yeah, sure.
I have a question or like a thought, because this is currently with my trying to become, well, I'm a researcher, yeah. So I've, to date, have published 2 articles, right?
Yes.
And by training, I'm an anthropologist, right?
Yes.
So I've published 2 articles, specifically within anthropology, Southern Africa.
Yes.
So now being at the HSRC, because I've been there for a couple of months now, I'm trying to get the work that I'm currently doing as well to other journals, because it's a different scope as well and a different audience. I don't know if this is a question to you or to other folks in the room. As a young researcher, like, how have people gone about trying to get out of the same, not necessarily the same journal, but scope of influence, scope of audience, in terms of trying now to get your, because I have well-established relationships with that journal. Again, gatekeeping. Hey, please don't say that. Like, I'm identifying myself. That's why I want to ask that's why I want to ask the room, like, how do you guys sort of like try to navigate that space of not getting out, but also trying to get into other spaces outside of your comfort zone? Yeah.
Yeah, develop your skills, you know, be used to. I think the best is to look at South African journals. What are their focus? If I just think about South African Journal of Science, it's a multidisciplinary journal, focusing arts, humanities, and social sciences as well. And if it's very particular to South Africa, consider it. And then is just really to have a look at other journals. What are their focus? And just try. But read the websites of those journals well, so that you can make sure that you fall into that scope, because that's the biggest factor when a journal, on which you are rejected. You know, they say, oh, it doesn't fall into the scope of this journal. It's the only way, unfortunately.
But sometimes they will give you the most generic rejection email. I don't know if others have experienced that.
Yeah, you get that. I know it
Yeah.
does. Yes, yes. So again, it's about good practices by the editor. Is just to say this, and this, you know, so that the author should know. But they don't all do it. We know that. Yes.
Or you want me to give you a straight, smart advice? No, like you said, I think for me, publishing with one journal, so the danger is if it so happens, like the MDPI, I think something like that. So if it happens in the near future that they actually, you know, say this journal is actually predatory and they pull all the articles and you were publishing only there, you are in trouble. So it's good to diversify
It
at the
is
end of the
good.
day to
Yes.
say if you
Yes.
happen to be publishing in one journal and only to find it's predatory and they pull it down,
Yeah.
my sister, you're going down as well. So if you've diversified, it's much better.
Yeah. And there's another question there, another comment.
Yeah, I want to ask in terms of authorship, because currently, like, I'm a PhD candidate here, because I was supposed to
Yes.
to publish for me to be able to graduate. Ne?
yeah.
But I'm a TVET lecturer. And then on my second journal that we are currently working on, so the affiliation, do I still have to put the university? Or what happens with that affiliation? Because if I say I'm affiliated to the university, they are going to get the benefits, but I'm not working at the university. I'm a TVET lecturer. So how does it work?
I think like it goes with the project. Where is it affiliated with?
Yes.
So you just look at your project. If it's
Yes.
affiliated with the university, then
Yeah.
that's the university.
Yes.
And then if it's affiliated with the TVET college, then it's TVET college.
You see, the TVET college does not generate the funds. So then I think his rule is good, is that where your project is registered, you're a PhD student of the university. Are you finished with that? But you're publishing actually as a TVET employee,
Yeah.
lecturer. I'm afraid then it's TVET. I know he does. No, they don't. Then it falls away.
Maybe let me start with your question, my sister, there around how do you diversify. I think one way could be to make friends, you know, in other fields that you can actually write and publish with. I think you can get like multidisciplinarity in that sense. And then in your case, Ezekiel, you studied here for the years that you were studying. So I think it makes sense because if you can continue, say, publishing with your supervisor, for example, in a way you are still associated with the university in that sense. But if now you are on your own, I don't know, because I think it's also a question of if he says that he's at the his affiliation is NNMU, and then now, and he's the sole author of the article, will the university be able to claim that money by proving that 3 years ago he was a student? Or will that even work? Thanks.
Well, let's go back to the question. This article you're publishing, sorry, I just want to check the time. Okay, half an hour, thank you. Are you still, guys, are still okay with half an hour? Yeah, okay. This article you're publishing, is it about your studies Or is it actually about the work that you do in the TVET college?
It's combined.
Oh, well, now.
Because like it has got some aspect of that. So like, can I say, okay, maybe to be safe, it has to do with my studies or my previous PhD, with my PhD. Let me put it that way.
But then you must speak to your supervisor.
Again, another question. The supervisor has left the university,
Isn't there somebody else?
retired.
Somebody else in the department. And it's important that you clear that before you actually publish. It's a critical question. There's not a very easy solution to it. You know, if you want to do it under the university, you will have to speak to the department and see who will perhaps author or supervise, or I don't know what. Otherwise, you will have to revert to your TVET organization. Yeah, it's a difficult one. It's not an easy, actually, solution. It's a grey one, very grey. Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Yes.
It's based on the journals which are not accredited.
Yes.
So what happens in a sense of, let's say your mentor, your supervisor is pushing for you to publish in a journal that is not accredited. How do you, as a PhD candidate, approach that? Because
I would be very scared. You must remember, between Web of Science, Scopus, Directory of Open Access Journals, CLA South Africa, together, I think there's something like 65,000 journals. Really? You just better find one, because they're all accredited. If you go outside of that scope, you are running the risk. Because why are they not accredited? Ask yourself that question. Inferior, low quality, maybe predatory. It's very dangerous. I would not recommend that, no. I mean, let alone the subsidy that you won't get, your institution won't get. I mean, just step out and think, why are they not accredited? Why are they not in one of these indexes? You know, or on the DHET accredited list, for that matter. There's a reason why. Sir.
Thank you. I have two experiences, and I want to share them with you. Yeah. And I need advice as regard that. Now, number one is that a friend of mine and I doing work together. We did a particular work, and we took it to a conference in one West African countries. I don't want to mention the country.
No, it's fine.
And the poster was stolen. The poster.
Oh yes.
Was stolen.
Was stolen.
Yeah, at the venue. So. Yeah, no,
but it's a problem, because what happened then to the poster, and who did what with that poster?
No, we did, we had to present poster at the conference, and we had to, place it somewhere, as in place it at a conspicuous place so everybody can access it. Yes. And after the conference, everybody were picking their stuff, and we got there and couldn't find it again. Now the problem is this. After that, we tried to publish it, and we were flagged for plagiarism. That work has been published. One, is it possible for us to reclaim it? That's number one. And what step do you think we can take? Then another thing that also one of my, maybe elderly friend, and he rose to the position of senior lecturer in one university, and when he was about to go to become associate professor, his work were searched, and he was flagged for predatory journals, and the punishment was just to demote him. Yeah. Do you think it's worth it?
But you see, this is the seriousness of publishing in a predatory journal. Let me start at your second case that you're mentioning. That is the thing, and that's what I want to speak to you about, is please be very careful and make sure where you publish that it's actually legit and that the journal is not predatory. Because remember those anecdotes that I shared of the people that said it's disastrous. Because then your whole reputation is put into jeopardy. So Is it legit or not? I don't know. Then your first question about your poster, you should actually go to your university and to the research office, because you should dispute it. You know, you should go back to that journal, because actually that article needs to be retracted. They must show that you were registered at that institution, that you and your colleague friend, that you were the authors. You must dispute it.
It was actually an individual work, not.
You see, then you don't have the protection, but you can try. You can try and dispute it, but it would have been actually better if it was from your university. You could show that you've been registered, and that you were registered for the conference, and this is your study that you're doing, and you presented the poster. Then you would have had that layer of protection. Now, you're quite vulnerable, you know, in that situation. Oy. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I actually just want to answer the gentleman at the back that asked about what happens to your article now. Are you affiliated with NNMU or not, seeing that you're at the TVET college and so forth? The policy says the following, and I just wanted to let you know what the policy says. One, when you're a student, you normally normally publish with your supervisor, and then you're affiliated with the university at that time. So subsidy will then go to the university. Yeah. Subsidy is normally given to the university and not the individual, so we must understand that. Yeah. Okay, so that's the one thing. The second thing is you eventually left, but you still have work that you're writing from your PhD or your M or whatever you did. So now you're no more a student, you're on your own, so you have two choices. You can either publish on your own, with whoever you want to be affiliated with, whether it's with the TVET college or yourself. The important thing there is not really to get any finances in any way, because once the article is published, it's still to your CV, whether you get subsidized or not subsidized. So we just need to understand that difference. Unfortunately, in South Africa, publications are linked with finance. And somehow people are aware of that. I'm not saying that's what you want to do. I'm just saying that sometimes drives people. But before subsidy, scholarly work was about you wanting to get your work out there. And that's important, and that's where we come to quality, and that's where we actually want to be as academics again. But unfortunately, the system has been, has been tainted. Because now it's no more about real quality, although that happens, but that's not the driving force which was in the past. Now it's a mixture of money as well. So I hope I answer your question in terms of who you want to be associated. You can go on your own, it's your work. But while you were a student, it was part of the university's IP anyway, because they trained you. So I just wanted to clarify that for you. I hope it's covered.
Thank you. Some sensible advice there. Thank you very much. Okay, so and this is the next animal that we have to watch out for, and that is AI. Yesterday we were in a session, and many of you actually spoke about AI in that session, etc. Although we encourage writers to use it, but we also encourage writers to be very sensible and ethical, and declare that they've used it, and how have they used it, and what search terms that they use when they constructed a certain piece, and give recognition. Well, ChatGPT cannot be an author, but you can in your text just have a little footnote or something to say, this is what I've done. In your methodology, in your acknowledgements, you must state that you have used it. I did make that remark yesterday. But just be on the lookout for that as well, because you can see many of these articles have been retracted. Now we are sort of entering towards the end of my presentation. I still just have a couple to go through. This is what I meant about hyper-publishing. So there were 22 authors that produced 300 or more articles in 10 years. Look at that. South African authors. in the institutions, our buds, our researchers, which we so believe in. Sorry, I'm being very facetious here. I'm sorry, but this is serious. Look at that. There's author number 5460, 752 in 10 years' time. That's how many articles he published. I mean, is that ethical? No. How can you do that? What do you do? How do you achieve that? What are the authors? First authors. First authors. 22 authors producing 300 or more articles in 10 years. There's their author numbers as well. Just saying. Just want to show you what our South African authors do. And then there's also some very sudden or counterintuitive increases. I mean, if you published in 2010 11 articles, that's still a lot. And then suddenly in 2011, 55. Wow. I mean, really? And in 2020, you did 17 and suddenly 64. Or in 2014, you did 35, and in 2015, 105. Can you see? That is sort of the activity that our authors are starting to engage in. Now, so what are we now doing in the South African system? We've talked a lot about the research output policy, the unintended consequences, that the productivity has increased, fantastic, we're very pleased about that, but that the quality is actually problematic. So there's a new framework coming into place. It's the Publications Quality Framework Project. It's a 3-year project where we will look at all the authors, all the journals, etc., and we'll put them into a quality system. So if we go beyond the 3 years, this type of activity will not be allowed. It will not be tolerated in that system. So you can see there are 4 work packages. We are working in package number 2 mostly, that's ASIF, but you can see it varies from establish a timely alert and support system to assist universities. So you will have a database where you can check a particular journal, is it predatory or not. I hope it's going to be feasible. I am holding my heart because of that one, because I said there are just so many journals being published and retractions, etc. We'll have to figure that one out. So, but there will be a database, a national one, which you can consult. Workstream 2, monitor and evaluate the quality and integrity of all submissions to the DHET. So they'll become very stringent, and there will be a refinement of the system as well. And then some training that will done, and then Workstream 4 is actually some research projects that that you can maybe conduct in Workstream 4, where there'll be some funding. Okay, I actually don't want to go further because it really brings me to the end, where we've spoken a lot about how careful you should be, what you should be doing. I hope I have sensitized you on the dangers of actually engaging in these activities. And if you're ever in doubt, you can drop me an email. You can go and see your librarian, your head librarian who's sitting here, and even your research office representative here in your own institutions, let alone in Nelson Mandela. They are all the same figures in other universities. And please, please, any doubt, trust your gut. Do not, engage in these activities. It has detrimental effects. And I thank you very much. You've been so responsive and contributing to this wealth of conversations. I say thank you very much for you. Yes. I'm here to your disposal as long as you want, and I love these conversations. It gives me insight in what you struggle with as well. Sir.
Maybe you answered the question, and maybe I was absent-minded for a while. But what I wanted to ask you was, the predatory thing appears to be how we want to deal with it in South Africa and to alert our young people and the whole research community about it. How has the predatory activity happened in other parts of the world? Is it a similar issue? Is it also problematic? Or South Africa kind of just becoming a hot spot where it's kind of happening more here than other parts of the world?
No, not at all. It's a global phenomenon. It happens everywhere in the world. And I mean, if we stand in South Africa and we look outward to the rest of the world, then you will see that there, you know, these predatory things are actually happening out there. It's not necessarily within the South African system with the journals. I think we've got a tight grip on that. And people start reporting if they feel this is not right. But what we are doing in South Africa is the unethical publishing practices. There we're thriving. You can see, I've showed you what's happening there. And it's because of the incentivization of institutions in this whole publishing arena of things. Yeah. So we're not necessarily the very bad ones, you know? Yeah.
And I think maybe what's driving the unethical publishing is that we are told you either publish or perish.
But exactly. And that is one of the drivers. You know, you must have seen. That drives people. And because we've got to be quick. And I think it also drives some of these other behaviors. You know, that 30 or whatever, 22 authors that's publishing 300 articles or more in a space of time. That is why. It's a huge driver.
I just want to follow up on the response that you gave to him, because you said he has two options. So I heard you saying the first option, but the second one, I didn't get it. I heard you saying that he has got an option of publishing on his own or maybe get anyone else to publish with, but the second option, I didn't get it.
Now, what I said, while he was a student, he obviously published with a supervisor. Now that he's not a student, but he done the work, and he feels he still want to publish on his own while working at the TVET college, he can continue doing that. The difference is, when you publish with a university supervisor, there's normally subsidy associated with that. So if he's just on his own, and then it's his work on its own, and he's not linked with an institution that gets subsidy. So therefore, it's actually beneficial to him for his CV, which I don't know if I'm making sense to you. So,
yeah, you are making sense, but I wanted to ask, since he said this supervisor left the university, let's say he would want to publish with the university as another option. As his case, because if you heard him presenting his case, so what would he do? I'm just asking just in case if maybe I encounter something like that.
No, good question. Look, he can publish with whoever he wants. He doesn't have to publish with someone at NNMU. He mentioned that the supervisor left. He can still have contact with the supervisor wherever that ex-supervisor is, and if the two of them agree that they want to do it together, they can do that. That doesn't stop him. Answer your question? Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. You said you want to give us the slide. Maybe we have access to the slide. Please, how can we get that?
Okay, let me make my little book available. And please write your email address in there. I'm quite sure that the organizers of this conference will make it available. But please, in the meantime, I'll be quick. And you can just write your email address for me in there, and I'll make sure that you get it. Okay. Yes, no, please.
I promise it's
No. If you calm, me too.
So-
I'm here.
We at a conference, right?
Yes.
And we're young scientists.
Yes.
We just finished talking about publishing and all of that. And because we had this conversation yesterday, how come we don't have a book with people's abstracts that are presenting? Because actually, that's a very good point. Also, in the field where I work, most conferences I've attended, usually they would publish the conference papers, be it if it's a working paper or anything like that. Now, my question to you as one of the organizers or like part of the ASAF is that this forum is the 3rd annual one, right? I'm not sure if it's the third annual
yes,
conference.
you mean, yes, it
Yes.
is, yeah.
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 So, you guys in your planning or like in the future, do you ever plan to actually publish a book of abstracts for us to read what our peers are writing or thinking about, and also maybe thinking of publishing that paper with, we know the journal that we might publish if
Yeah.
we come to such spaces,
Yeah.
but it's not really being spoken about
Yes.
in our conversations, like
Yeah.
even in the panel conversations yesterday. Like I just feel
Mm-hmm.
like there's a gap in terms of that, because again, you
Yeah.
can't invite young people and not make that message loud to them.
Yes. Thank you. That's such a brilliant comment and criticism. And I take it very positive. I think you're absolutely right. And I mean, just to publish the abstracts, there's no harm in just publishing it with the people, and then you can see what has been, because you can only be here now. And you don't know what happened there with the women. You know, you want to see what happened there with the women. And you know, we had to submit a little description of our session. Did you, for yesterday? Or how did you apply to be a speaker yesterday? You also submitted the abstract. You see, so it is there. Okay, right. So Moses is then the co-chair, and I will certainly feed through, and you're welcome to go and harass him and tell him, please, if we can do that. Because they have it. They must just construct that into just a little report, you know.
And then the pushing publishing part for young-sighted. Are you guys intentional about that? Because you can't keep having these conferences and not actually feed back into them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think it's such a good remark, and I actually feel quite guilty. You know, so now what do we do with all these presentations that's being delivered, or select, or at least ask you to submit a paper or something, even if we just have a proceedings report. That would also be quite beneficial, you know, because at least you can, cite. You can say in that proceedings report on the ASAF website, on the SAIA's website of 2024, it was published in there. So let's speak to Moses and let's see what can we do with your output.
Maybe, if I'm forgetting, didn't they say at the end of it we'll have to do some report? I am not trusting the process anymore. So hopefully, maybe if that
But
does
you see,
happen.
a report is very different.
I was about to say
to
that.
actually
a proceeding, a conference proceeding,
Yes.
because I'm thinking
Yes.
something we can footnote somewhere.
Yes, you can
Yeah.
footnote somewhere. Okay, let's speak to Moses, and let's see if
Are
we
you
can.
going to speak to Moses?
Are we all going
Okay.
to speak to
Okay.
Moses?
Oh, okay.
But I will also speak to Moses. Yes.
No problem. Thank
Oh,
you.
Nashida, yes, thank you very much for raising that. So that's what we're here for.
For me, my biggest concern is what you actually mentioned. So, because if you have a conference abstract, it's some of the thing, it's an output to say, you know what,
Yes.
this is my work, and
Yes.
here's the conference
Yes.
abstract book I presented
Exactly.
on this
Okay.
day, because it has those details. Because even this, what is this program, it doesn't have the title of what I presented
No,
on.
it
So like I
didn't.
can't
It's
really
just
claim
author's
what I
name.
presented on. To say, you know
Yes.
what, this day
Yeah.
is still not enough
Yes.
to suffice that, okay, I presented on a
Okay.
paper title. So I think it's, thanks for the advice, guiding us towards the right person, which is Moses, to say, I mean, a conference abstract book is actually needed to avoid, because it's said that, because we spoke about it with the gents, to say, you know, we are even afraid sometimes to put results on the presentations,
Yeah.
because people steal these things,
Yeah.
you know. So, but the conference abstract book actually
Yeah.
protects us
It
from
does,
some of
because,
these.
yes, indeed. Yeah.
And it's said to learn that, you know, people actually
No,
take down.
but exactly, you're right. It's said to learn from that.
And then the real author, they tell you you're actually plagiarizing. I mean, it's my work.
There's a criteria that your presentation is based on in relation to what she was saying, that pushing publication. So I think at the end of the gala dinner, there's going to be awards given to the best presentations. What's on that criteria that selects the presentation, that you can't put a criteria to highlight the best work that you can push for, for publication also? Because if there's a reward for a certain presentation, that means there's excellent work there. Why can't that be associated and push that towards publication also?
A very good point. I agree. Thank you. Great ideas. And then, but then the thing is, you must also know the criteria beforehand. You know, when you present, you make sure that you actually tick the boxes thereof. But that's lovely feedback. Thank you very much for that. I think it's really a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Because you can see the pressure is too much to publish. You see, these guys are concerned about
I
it.
see.
So that's what makes us susceptible to predatory publishing. Because these guys want to get their work out. They're like, hey, where is this? Why are they not pushing us? So this was much needed.
It's exactly that. So can we learn from that? You know, we can see the energy, we can see that the authors want to get out of there, and let's just guide and help. And a very simple thing like proceedings, and you're right, even if there's every session perhaps pointed to good papers, and you can put that in a report if you don't want, put all 150 or whatever in there, sure. But I mean, it must be discussed and it must be agreed. You know, what would that criteria be and what will be the end result? Colleagues, I thank you very, very much. You've been absolutely fantastic and responsive and everything. Thank you so much. Okay.
Just some housekeeping announcements on this, Susan.
It's
The
okay.
reason why we gave this out is to make sure everybody's going to get them. Some people don't have 10
Everybody plug.
I mustn't touch your multi-plug. Because if I touch your multi-plug, then all hell will break loose here. I'm not gonna.
How is your?
And I'm on the 30%, so I'm fine. I go to check now.
Okay.
No worries, no problem. No stress. I don't want to mess you. We cannot mess up. We know most of it.
Yeah. 1, 2.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. two. One, two.
Greetings, everyone. I am Posha Mrifi. I'm a master student at the University of Limpopo doing my research on plant nematology. The title of my study is Mechanism of Resistance to Mandela incognita and Mandela javanica in 2 ARC sweet potato lines. Nematodes are microscopic worms that attack the roots of the plants and make it difficult for the plants to receive nutrients and water from the soil. Globally, the most damaging nematode species are Mandela species, and this study focuses on Mandela species. And nematodes attack thousands of plant species. However, some plants harbor resistance genes to defend themselves against the nematodes. The certain nematodes have corresponding resistant genes referred to as gene products. In plant nematode, non-host data could be pre-infectional or post-infectional. With pre-infectional nematode resistance, the plant releases chemicals that repulse the nematodes back into the soil. However, with post-infectional, the nematodes penetrate the root system, and therefore the plant releases the chemical that kills the nematode inside the roots. Therefore, the plants with post-infectional nematode resistance are suitable to manage high nematode population densities as they kill the nematodes from the soil. The mechanism of nematode resistance in sweet potato lines 2015-1 and Kuma were investigated. Figure 1 shows a highly infested sweet potato tuber. Mandela incognita and Mandela javanica are widely distributed in the agricultural production worldwide, and they both affect the yield and market value of produce. The use of nematode resistance in managing nematode population densities requires sufficient knowledge on both nematode species and host plants. Once nematode resistance has been established, the mechanism of resistance should be established to determine whether it's pre or post-infectional nematode resistance. The aim of the study was to investigate whether the mechanism of resistance in the two resistant sweet potato lines were resistant to Mandela incognita or Mandela javanica, with the objective to investigate whether resistant sweet potato lines would help post-infectional to the two mentioned Mandela species, with the null hypothesis to investigate whether the sweet potato lines would not have post-infectional nematode resistant to the two Mandela species. The study was conducted under greenhouse conditions at the Green Biotechnology Research Science of Excellence at the University of Limpopo, with 4 replications using a randomized complete block design. Figure 2 shows a resistant sweet potato lines Kuma cuttings inoculated with Mandela incognita under greenhouse conditions. During each harvest, sweet potato cuttings were harvested every other day for a period of 30 days, with total roots soaked in 1.5 sodium hypochlorite solution for 4 minutes, followed by 15 minutes in tap water. And the root samples were stained in 3.5 exit vaccine, then destained using an exit glycerin mixed with few drops of hydrochloric acid. Total stained root system were displaced in a 9 centimeter petri dish and assessed under a microscope for nematode resistant traits. Figure 3 shows a stained and destained root system of resistant sweet potato line Kuma infected with Mandela javanica. Data were subjected to analysis of variance using statistics 10, and the mean separation was analyzed using Duncan multiple range test. Necrotic spots were noticeable from day 2 after inoculations, with the germ cell number and rootlet interference noticeable from day 4 to 30 in all experiments, and the absence of roots and there were no detected root galls and nematode juveniles in all experiments. The table shows the mean separation for necrotic spots highlighted in red, all starting from day 2 in all Melugain species, and gene cell number and rootlet interference, all starting from day 4 to day 30 after inoculation. The same results were obtained for sweet potato line Kumo. Post-infectional nematode resistance mechanism was concluded due to the 5 traits, which were necrotic spots, poorly developed gene cell, proliferation of rootlet interference, the absence of root galls, and non-detectable second-stage juveniles in root. Therefore, the 2 sweet potato lines have desirable attributes in management of population densities of nematodes. And we recommend that there should be a nematode awareness campaigns to farmers, and also there should be a multidisciplinary teams between the nematologists and molecular biotechnologists to transfer the genes of resistance to the plants that lack resistance. Listed are all the references used to compile the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know how many questions I must ask for people on the ground too. I always avoid to ask questions. She has presented for 6 minutes, so she has roughly 12 minutes for questions. So she has enough time. So I normally don't try to ask questions because I don't want people to feel like the chair has kind of disadvantaged them by asking difficult questions. So it is your conference. You guys are the participant. You will ask questions. So anyone with a question that we can start? You have to support. It is your conference, guys.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation and something like this. I just wanted to know what nematoids are. Thank you.
Part of this conference is learning. The kind of question you ask is to learn from each other.
Okay, like I've mentioned in the beginning, nematodes are microscopic worms, meaning that are found in the...
Something today. I did also learn something. Any other question? She's got enough time to give us lecture. You know, if I only ask you a question only around on your 15 minutes, so you will get it to give us lecture on your 15 minutes.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. So I'm also not from the background of, and since you're saying we cannot see them with our naked eye, so as someone who maybe has a garden in their backyard, what is it that you can learn or implement in your own small garden with growing your own crops? Sweet potatoes, for example.
What was the question?
The question is, what can we learn from the presentation that you have just given us about, what did you say the name is? Nematode.
Yes, nematodes. Okay, what we can learn from this is that I've already mentioned the symptoms of the nematodes, which is the root galls, meaning that if you see some root galls on the roots of your plants, you know that there is the presence of nematodes in your farm. So this study, I've found that there is a mechanism of resistance in some plants, meaning even if there is nematodes on your farm, they cannot be able to infest your plants if ever your plants have a mechanism of resistance. So what you can learn from this is that you can use those plants that are resistant on your farm so that they do not affect your produce.
Thank you.
So I'm not asking you many questions because of many questions, because of you have enough time. So if I don't get 2 questions, don't cry. You gave us enough time to give us a lecture.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for presentation. My question has been more in a part of conversation from Sayas that you need to not just present your result, but also present according to your team. Your team is transformation education for life learning So how does your research link to this team?
Can I protect you on that one? I'll protect you on that one. The themes were supposed to be removed because we didn't get all the members who apply on all the themes. So when the print went through, the themes were not removed yet. Apology for that. No, but I'm saying the sessions are not on the theme. I'll protect you on that one. Anything, you might find education person and any other thing on this theme because of time. Yeah, that one I'll protect it. Eh? No, we're not on the theme. We're just, anyone can present anything on this session. Irrespective. There was supposed to be session 1, session 2, session 3, another thing, but the printout went up in. Apology for this.
Okay. Can I ask one question? Okay, I'm from the social sciences, and I just do not know much about what you were presenting, but you also have a methodology section. And I noticed that your, what can I call it, sample or scope, because I don't think you mentioned much about the scope. You just mentioned that you were collecting you're harvesting every other day. So could you please tell us how you justified that and how you constructed your method in order to avoid perhaps contaminating the process? Because if you contaminate the process, then the results may just not be what you would get if you had not maybe harvesting every other day. So could you please just tell us, where were you harvesting every other day, and how did you stop from potentially contaminating the sample? Thank you.
Okay, during harvest, I'll only take four cups from each.
Well, and I am doing my second year, focusing on child trauma, wherein I aim to develop a trauma-informed curriculum. Why children and school teachers communities of Limpopo Province, South Africa. With my introduction, what is trauma? Trauma can be an incident, event, or just an event that can happen in a person's life. It can happen once or twice. There's two different types of traumas, simple and complex. Where in simple, we are talking about trauma occurring once in a person's life, and complex trauma occurring twice in a person's life. According to the World Health Organization, up to 1 billion children, ranging from the ages of 2 to 17, are coming across childhood trauma. This is really a huge number. As reported by the Center for Disease and Control Prevention, it is experienced that most severe forms of violence, 94 surviving attempted murder. According to UNICEF, 243 children were killed and 1,670 were injured between April and June of this year. So you can imagine. So from June till now, what is happening? Childhood trauma is very common in South Africa. And then these stats, they show that South Africa, indeed, this is a waging on what I am doing in the classroom. This other one stated that what we are coming across here is that if a child has come across a scary situation, they do not want to sit in the class or write. Sometimes they don't even want to come to school. As I mentioned before, there was a child who saw his sibling's dead body hanging. It affected that child so badly. His school performance dropped and he didn't even want to attend school. So this just goes to show that really indeed, primary school teachers are seeing a lot. And when it comes to managing a child who is at risk, they were not able to manage a child with risk. And I had to ask, are you getting any trauma information? Do you attend any workshops or courses related to child trauma? And from all 26, none of them said they were getting any information, which means indeed we need primary school teachers to be trauma informed so that they can be able to help these children. Conclusions and recommendations: there is a need for enhanced trauma-informed training. Policies needs to be prioritized, awareness campaigns, and also further research. The findings also underscore the importance of targeted professional development programs to equip these teachers with the necessary skills and knowledge, and also to foster partnerships within schools, mental health professionals, and also the community. And I believe that as researchers, let us stand together and fight this. And I believe that we can be able to fight this together. Thank you so much.
Just right on time. Should have around 4 minutes question. Can I start there and I'll come to you? Yeah. For those who are education people, I think this one is related to you guys. It's kind of mixed, so.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I also need to declare, I'm not an educational specialist, but I think I have a question. So, in my understanding, it seems like you are very passionate about this thing, but what I am also getting, and I'm just trying to think about it because it looks like it's a multifaceted problem, but it seems like your focus is on really on educators and all of those things. Have you ever thought that this can be also an issue that can be dealt with at a multi-stakeholder level? Because you can, if you're looking at that at a multi-stakeholder, because I think one of the things that we normally do is try and resolve issue at the one type of a stakeholder, which may result in a lot of things, because this is something that happens, you know, that needs to happen. Awareness also needs to also happen at a different level so that then an issue can, because it can be attended at school, these kids still go back home, they still go back to communities. How do we then address it at the multi-stakeholder level? So yeah, I think because I'm from a communication perspective, that's why I'm asking that. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Can I just take a few questions for you so that you answer them the same to buy you on time? Okay. It might be good for the judge to see if you are answering more questions.
What are you going to do with that responses? Because you did provide a quotation and how they identify that, but are you planning to provide a framework or checklist how this child can be identified early stage and make some contribution to prevent or maybe develop that which is not going too far? That's what the question.
I'll ask you to reply for the two first, because, okay. And then if there's a time, I'll get you last. Normally, I need to give two questions per person.
Okay, so for question number one, indeed, stakeholders are also included, ne? So with this is a project on its own. So there's different students within the project. I am focusing on primary school teachers. There's someone else focusing on community members. There's someone else now focusing on the stakeholders. So it's something that is touching all bases. It's not like I'm only focusing on primary school teachers. But as you know, with research, you can never do everything by yourself. And second question, now, you are asking that, oh, okay, they had identified. So what my study aims to do is to provide a curriculum for these primary school teachers. So for phase one, before I can say here is a curriculum, I had to go for needs assessment to understand what is it that these primary school teachers know and what is it that they do not know. So that at the end of the day, I can be able to come up with ideas to say, okay, so from what they know, what is it that they do not know? And also, how can this be addressed so that this is taught to them through that curriculum and they are trauma-informed and they know what to do later in their stages of life. So it's something that I need to implement. Yes, I will. No, through the curriculum. I still not answered.
You can discuss it over the gala dinner.
Okay, no problem. I won't discuss it over drinks.
Unfortunately, my time is up. So
My time, the time is up.
They will discuss it outside. You must sit next to each other during the gala dinner. So the next speaker must be ascending. Mushoti. Thank you. I'm trying to keep to be fair. I want to make sure that the judge knows that when we leave here, it's fair, free and fair. So my minimum questions, I want 2, but if you have enough time, we can move to 3 to 4, but within your specific 15 minutes of time. I don't want to give more time for more questions if it's outside of the questions. Okay, when you're ready, you must let me know.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Aniki Mutloudz and I'm from the University of Zululand. I'm a PhD student at the University of Johannesburg and I'm a lecturer at the University of Zululand. So my study is going to focus on the digital innovative strategies that are used at the University of Zululand to advance the learning styles within the student. So inclusive education involves and focus on individual needs of the learners, or we can say students in this case, helping them to overcome any barriers that prevents them from reaching their full potential. And inclusive education include also practices that we use to engage all students, and then they are actively participating and then feel the sense of belonging. So with the background of the University of Zululand, we have most students they come from a previously disadvantaged background, and then they are mostly not exposed to digital literacy. So the design and the use of digital technologies to promote education equalities in the higher institution, the digital innovative, authentic, meaningful learning experience. By meaningful learning experience, we mean a learning to help them in future, not just learning for the passing of the module or the curriculum. And then allow students to develop collaborative problem solving, as well as provide flexibility and transparent classroom. By transparent classroom, I mean that classroom that can happen whether in the contact setting or in the online setting. So when we speak about the digital divide, we are talking about the digital divide which was merely, the attention was risen in the 1990s and the early 90s when the ICT has come to pass. We were talking about the access of ICT, whether between countries or within the countries, between the different demographics. That's why I give an example with students who are coming from a different demographic background. The discussion were also considered in terms of mobile cell phone as well as digital television. So now we are talking about the access to for example, now for IR, are they able to access 4IR platforms to be able to advance their learning? And then digital literacy refers to the ability to digitize multimedia interaction and being everywhere, to be able to do anything from everywhere. So digital literacy is closely related to knowledge literacy, internet literacy, web literacy, and digital literacy. Digital literacy. So what does UniZulu do to be able to overcome digital divide and digital inclusion and digital literacy? So they introduce something that we call digital inclusion, which emerged from the growing IT. What we mean is that they are including those who were previously disadvantaged from different background in terms of their ability to access digital platforms. And then this is what I mean by digital inclusion, which is equals to social inclusion, where all individuals or communities have equal opportunity to be able to access and effectively use digital technologies. So what does UniZulu do to be able to accommodate and include the students in terms of their learning to enhance? So we have what we call a digital literacy workshop for first year students, where the students, all students at the university are taught how to be computer literate. We have workshops where we teach them about communication tools. I'm from the Department of Communication Science, so we know what communication tools are needed when they go, for example, to their workplace, what communication tools they are needed when they go from different workplace, as well as the Moodle discussion forum, a management tool that we use at the university. What is it that they can do? What is it that they can use the Moodle forum for? And then we also have collaboration tools, and then the using of AI tools as well, which will AI tools to enhance academic as a learning management tool, and then the blended learning seminars as well as facilitation through digital platforms, and then I come back and implement them in my modules as a lecturer. So what sustainable goals that we are trying to address is the United Nations Sustainable Goal number 4, which ensures the inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And then we also have the Agenda 23, which is transforming Africa into global powers of the future as a strategic framework to deliver the Africa's goals to inclusivity and sustainable development. And then the African Union Objective 5, which is to upscale the implementation of evidence-based innovative physical solution. And then we also have the sustainable goals, the NDP vision number 9, which is to improve training and have computer literacy from their first year level and then up until their postgraduate level. So while UniZulu does offer those advanced digital skills for students to use digital strategies with ease, the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Basic Education should work towards implementing their 2024-25 policy strategic outcome number 4, which seeks to improve reading for meaning, numeracy, and digital skills by what they said they will provide multi-grade school with access the university level. They are able to be able to not to be start at the digital literacy level, but to be able to be given the advanced skills in terms of digitalization, where they are able to use those digital innovations that we introduce them to advance their career as well. Because myself, I'm teaching what we call visual communication, where we use mostly AI tools for them to create the projects in terms of what they have to do for the outcome of their, which is connected to entrepreneurship, where they're able to create work using the visual communication tools. Thank you.
She has 7 minutes to educate us for questions. Okay.
Okay, sorry. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. I just wanted to find out, where is the research in this? I was not done. Okay. Yes. We would like to know, what is it that you've found out? Are the digital, is it working? Like, where is the research in this? Thank you.
You have enough time, so you can, you can respond.
The research was done between the students and the staff members. So the reason why these are the results. The reason why I put myself like this is because I followed the last email for the conference when we were told not to present the research as it is, but to present the findings as well as the recommendation. That's why I made the recommendations at the end. So these are the findings, that in terms of what are the digital innovative strategies employed by UniZulu to enhance their inclusive learning, which is the number 1, the digital literacy workshop for first years, and then the digital transformation in higher education workshops for staff members. I don't know if I answered the questions. I just want methodology. What theoretical framework? The methodology, okay. I don't understand if you got did you get the
I think what they mean is they just want to know what are the theory in education. Yeah. Yeah.
That I have used, the child adoption theory when I was conducting the research. And then the methodology that I've used, it was a content analysis as well as the interviews from staff members and students. Also go to class and see, and also digital innovations strategies.
Okay. No, this is a comment, ne? Just to say that I think the crowd just wanted to hear from you. How did you plan this? What was your sample size, methodology used, all those research key items, those are important as well. I think really this is what the floor wanted.
Okay, the sample for the student.
No, don't.
I just want to clarify. You said in the comment, but I want to clarify the sample. Since I have just said the students and staff members here, the sample for the students that I've used, or for advanced, I've used my department as the population. We have advanced diploma students. We also have diploma students. For advanced diploma students, I've interviewed 5, and then for diploma 2, and then for BA I interviewed 3, so that all the sample size was 10. And then for staff members, I interviewed staff members from the main campus as well as the city campus. For the main campus, we are just 4, and then the city campus, we have 6, but I only interviewed 3 of them.
Okay. Me and the judge, we don't ask questions, so don't worry. So it's your conference.
Okay, thank you. For me, it's just also a comment. I think we were sent an email to say that this is a discussion forum and we should not present or focus so much on the methodology and everything. Otherwise, the rest of us would have done that. So I think this was a good discussion from her and also the presentation. So thank you for that.
Thank you. If there's no question, you give us more time to finish early for the lunch very soon. I'm trying to give everyone fairly time, 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm fair. You can even see the time.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're asking the question so you know how far you can go.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I just want to maybe to get your thought as we are doing these digital tools and all of those things, and say what is your take as we move towards this artificial intelligence? What is your take on actually integrating, what we call, AI-assisted, decision making in all these things? Because rather than just teaching students, how to use the AI platforms, are you also considering how we can use them, AI-assisted, decision making? For an example, you are in communication. If we were to teach students, say, develop for an example, a poster, how do they use then AI to actually assist them towards the process? Like that, not just integrating them, but how do we then teach them? It also has to do with the ethicality of it. How do we then use it for ethical purposes, as
to achieve their module outcome. So in my module, visual communication, students will have to write a sort of a concept note, because I have students from the creative arts, so they work with creativity. So I will tell them to write a concept note from their own original putting pictures and videos in between that will be able to assist them in terms of it's for their marks as well as their advanced skill in terms of how they can use it to put their ideas in just one shot.
source area. What a strategic water source area is basically a piece of land. It's small in terms of size, but it gives out quite a large amount when you look at how can multi-stakeholders or different stakeholders come together in order to join and learn about water security and also manage the water security for their catchment. So, I'm going to be looking at the first point, why transformative education or learning? So when I looked at the UNESCO transformative, there were certain definitions, but I just decided to take some of the important tenets so that it can match with my presentation. Transformative education, first and foremost, it's an element of quality education and a crucial enabler of sustainable development. This is very important, especially we are speaking about sustainable development goals. This is very important. Also, it's a lifelong process. Elephants around Akonuk, around Limpopo. We have the Bergbreed around the Western Cape. We have these different strategic water source areas. But here's the thing about the strategic water source areas. They are very important. They're very important to give out water for the country. But one thing is that these strategics do not occur in a vacuum. They are safeguarded by communities. So we need to teach people, especially in the level. But what I got from the learnings which came out, they can also influence at the broader landscape level, and they can actually aid in transforming water policy and water management policies. As I said in my study, what happened is that the various stakeholders boundary crossed. Remember, I spoke about boundary crossing, moving from your discipline and working with other disciplines, right? So that was very important because that also helped with infusing Western traditional science with the local ecological knowledge. And that also helps with creating solutions. So right below here are two innovative solutions which came actually from the people who are in these groups. The first group came up with a solution which deals with turning issues into assets, using commercial strategies to clear alien invasive plants in the Umzivubu catchment. I don't know if does anyone know of alien or wattle. You know wattle, right? It's close. So now the thing is that with that plant, what happened is that because there was this mixture, this boundary crossing, people in the NGOs who've got a Western or scientific training, they came to the people they mixed with the people who were on the ground, your traditional leaders, because most of our strategic water source areas, whether we like it or not, are still guided or safeguarded by people who are chiefs, headmen, etc., etc. So when they came together, they realized that one of the issues impeding us from getting access or better water resources is because wattle, because an invasive plant is taking up most of the water. And the thing about my catchment is that most of the water supplying the people, it's water coming from the ground. So that was one of the innovative solutions they came with. And then another group came up with a framework. This framework was to look at issues like water links in their areas, and the people did this by themselves. This was a demonstration of agency, that when you allow people to boundary cross, they can come up with innovative solutions. And when we spoke about this, we were looking at maybe turning this into an app, so that the app is contextually based, it can be translated into Xhosa, isiSotho. Because the people who have come up with this, they will be the best guardians. All right, as I'm finishing off, South Africa, as you know, has been plagued by a plethora of wicked problems. And these do not have a straightforward answer. When we look at wicked problems, we're looking at problems which do not have straightforward answers. You know? So when I was looking at the framework I use, you find these problems, they come out sometimes as dilemmas, conflicts, critical conflicts, double binds, etc., etc. But in my research, I realized something, that there was maybe a term, because of the definitions, could not really point out the problems. So that is when I came up with the term isiphithiphithi, right? Can also is pity. All right, it's PTP. So it's PTP, it was a term I coined for my research. Why? Because this speaks to natural resource issues, not just water resource issues. Because wicked problems are always rooted in corruption, political instability, lack of institutional support, and limited expression of societal transformative agency. And these are not just unique to South Africa, but they are common African concerns. So when we're looking at educating the African, it's very important that we also speak about such things. And another thing is that the Department of Science and Innovation, they've been saying that we need to have social innovation as part of social innovation in fostering innovation and developing sustainability and underpinning solutions. So the previous slide where you saw those innovations, those are examples of social innovation. These are very important. In the project I was involved in, the department spent around 8.9 million to work with people with social innovation, etc., etc. So for the sake of time, I'll just finish the recommendations. It's very important in light of our unique circumstances as Africans that we need transformative expensive learnings to learn, to relearn, and unlearn. This needs to go from local to institutional level. It's very important. And we need to prioritize learning not just as a tick box exercise, but actually as a viable tool to assist with the resilience and developing strategies which are locally acceptable. Also, it's very important that investment into transformative expensive learning and science-engaged governance of natural resources, it should be a priority. And lastly, we need to understand that we need to move from a point as scientists or researchers where we just do research for the people, but we need to start working with the people. Thank you very much, Chair.
I can get 2 quick questions because I only have 2 minutes. Quick ones.
Thank you very much for that detailed presentation and quite an inspiring space in terms of expansive learning. My question is around, would you say that this study that you did provides you an opportunity to translate expansive learning in different scales, right, of government, particularly in the integrated water resource management space, because you spoke about different levels, right, of decision making, both from a community traditional aspect to the role that government plays and the translation into policy. So would you be able to sort of show the trajectory of learning between those different scales?
He doesn't have enough time. He took 3 minutes of his time. So the next question, quickly.
I think it's mine.
Okay, thank you very much. I think maybe at you, yeah, because I think in a nutshell, your research is more of a social innovation kind of research. But I think my question also relates to what she was asking, because I want to ask, we talk about all these things, but what is the role of the community in this whole thing? We are seeing them as partners, or are they just recipient of everything that we go and coil somewhere in some island, and then we come back and say, now you need to participate. At what level do they participate in this whole thing? That's really what I want to understand. At what stage do we get them to participate in the whole process? Because you also talk about, let's be partners with communities, but at what level do we then bring them on board to participate? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me start with you, Asipe. So the research that I was part of is part of the Living Catchments Project. The Living Catchments Project is a partnership between SANBI, the South African National Biodiversity Institute, DSI, and also the Water Research Commission. Then they established what we call the Living Catchments Project, which speaks to the Water Research Development Innovation Roadmap. Also part of that, this project is also part of the greater TIPC, which speaks to policy and policy innovation. So this study falls part of what we call the niche innovation. And then my project fell part of, as I said, the niche innovation, the groundwork.
So what happens is that this work is actually part of a bigger work which is happening, because South Africa is one of the testers of the work which I'm trying to do here. So this work is feeding into, as a result, there's a paper which I've written which is coming out, which speaks to the importance of investing into expensive learning. So yeah, but we'll speak more about that. But it is part of greater government processes and social and policies. To you, sir, quickly, when we're speaking about communities, it's very important from the very onset that we include them. So from my study, before I embarked on the study, I went and spent some time actually looking at the community. I did what we call contextual profiling to see where actually these different stakeholders can meet. So it was already at the beginning level where we co-designed the research and we worked together. Thank you very much.
We can continue the discussion during the gala dinner. You can, if you still have someone who you need, pick that person for the gala dinner. The next speaker is S. Sanjigadu. Thank you. I hope I pronounced it properly. Thank you.
I did.
You know what to use Apple, you don't know how to use it. I'll give you 15 minutes, don't worry. I won't penalize you, but I think everyone will get a pure 15 minutes.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. My name is Sebastian. I come from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. The title of my study, which is a part of a broader project, it's the Road Less Traveled, Exploring, Planning and Preparation for a Critical Social Justice module at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So basically, I'm going to take some time to speak to your conscience. As much as I understand, it's a research kind of conference, but my larger role and purpose in life is to address critical social justice issues, addressing sustainable development. So again, that's not my research focus. It's my reason for being, living, and understanding. So I think we understand issues when it comes to Agenda 2023 by the United Nations. I'm sure we know we're not going to achieve those goals because we are in 2024 now, and we have 6 years left. So that's the truth of the matter. We are not going to achieve them. But education for sustainable development, which is my nexus and focus area, looks at the various socio-economic challenges that we may face at a global stage, but I try to contextualize it in the South African context. I don't have to really focus so much on this. We are well aware of how crime against women especially is on the increase quite recently. Poverty, food insecurity, issues with accessibility is on the rise. So I had to ask myself the question, in our university spaces, are we really teaching the truth, or are we allowing people to explore and engage with what is in social media by politicians, by celebrities? The truth is that we are blinded, and I'm using the analogy of the cave by Plato, where we look at reality through shadows and not really what it is. When we come to issues of gender-based violence, gender inequality, is it all occupations that focus on men or give men opportunities, or is it some of them? The truth is that not all jobs are dominated by men. Some jobs are dominated by women. Are we having those conversations? Are we having conversations in terms of different genders and sexuality? When it comes to biology, we have fish, like the clownfish, that changes its gender throughout its life cycle. So from a male, it becomes a female. From a female, it can become a male, depending on the need. But when we have our brothers and sisters who decide to become like that, we now judge them, and we ostracize them, we abuse them. But we say that we've developed from animals. So also, colonization is an issue where and all our maps, if you take some time to search a map, will project and show Africa as a smaller continent than other continents. Well, the truth is that, which is why we have more resources, which is why the United States and China is in another race for Africa now. But it's not shown on a public scale. We speak about xenophobia. We cannot have xenophobia in a country like South Africa because MK and the ANC were trained in those countries. What about the agreements they made that when we need you the most, can we send our people to you? We've forgotten the true narrative. And again, this is the bird Sankofa. It's looking at retrieving our past to move forward. So the birthday is retrieving something from its past. And of course, unfortunately, the first sin that we experienced, those of us who are Christian, it's Adam and Eve. They've took a bite of a fruit and then they developed a sense of knowledge. So some of you can turn your devices over and look at what is at the back. That's fruit that has been bitten. And we keep investing and buying these devices. Whereas cobalt mining in the Congo is an issue, and children are being sacrificed. But as a researcher focusing on sustainable development, we feel proud to brandish those devices. It can't be. And I'm speaking to your conscience. We can't be supporting industrialists. We can't be supporting capitalists who are killing people, who we're supposed to stand for and focus our research on about. So if you are selling an iPhone after this conference, I'll be buying. My nexus area I spoke about is coming into diagram, but us as the University of KwaZulu-Natal, we decided to implement a groundbreaking module called Social Justice Module, which every first year will have to do. Of the 26 universities in this country, we are the first to do it, which means that a child studying at UKZN will have to do a social justice module. That's not credit bearing, but they do pay for it in order for you to become or graduate at UKZN. So the topics that we cover is this from week 1 to 8, various topics related to social justice issues. There's online lectures. We've translated it into the local language, which is isiZulu for now. And we also have it in sign language as well. So everyone is as much to our ability. And the short road that we could have taken was, we teach one of those students, they take them through the module, they become the president, they impact policy, and we have a better South Africa. Unfortunately, we have to take the longer road because that may not always happen. So we try to understand content, we try to understand the local community, and define and achieve a social justice goal, which is why we call it two roads diverged in a wood. And I personally took the one less traveled. And that has made all the difference for me. So my theoretical framework, I really draw on Paulo Freire when he speaks about education for liberation, Frantz Fanon, Bell Hooks, Maldonado Torres, Ndlovu Kacheni from South Africa, and Bantu Biko, because that's his name, not Steve. And we tried to centralize education for sustainable development. My point of entry is SDG 4. Quality education. I believe it's the father, mother, if you want, of all the sustainable development goals. And these are some of the activities we do to contextualize it to the South African context. It was developed in the United Nations, in the EU, but this activity, you can do it when you get some time. Rewrite the 17 SDGs in your home language. That's languaging, not translation, because you may understand no poverty in your own identity, and you may not have direct words for every one of those goals. And also draw icons that are reflective of you. Not everyone eats, when we speak about hunger, eats from a bowl that's hot. Some of us don't have access to that. So these are some of the activities that our students do. And I draw on Chilisa's understanding of process of decolonization is to rediscover and recover who we are, to mourn that we've been oppressed, that we are being colonized, and then also to dream and imagine about a new future for Africa and South Africa. All of this is based on commitment, and finally, number 5 is the action, which is the practical implementation. And that's how I believe how we can address sustainable development in our own context. So for those interested in methodology, you can see it's a qualitative study within the interpretivist paradigm. I used the narrative inquiry. Instead of interviews, I wanted them to narrate by themselves. So you tell me how you feel about the content, about the topics. They reflect a lot, and we use other tools as well, which I'll take you through. But some of the findings were that collaborative engagement, coming back to Ubuntu Cure, as Leslie Lagrange speaks of, is important. So group work in our South African and African context is the most powerful tool that we have. It addressed directly SDG 17, Partnerships for Goals. And adoption of policy was important for us. Unfortunately, we don't have any much research on how these different policies, like our constitution, National Agenda 2063, etc., right until the institutional agenda, we don't have really a study where we can integrate how they converge. But with the use of AI, I tried to show how it may look in the future. So trainer facilitated workshops were also important for us, where we got specialists. If we're speaking about indigenous knowledge, we bring indigenous knowledge holders. If we speak about GBV, we bring someone from the GBV community who's an activist for exonerations. We bring someone who's of a non-white, who's having interest, who can run a workshop, who's qualified, not just lecturers teaching from content and textbooks. So that's how the training workshops took place. And this example of pile sorting was conducted when we asked students about your understanding of masculinity and femininity, gender issues. They told us the correct answers. But when we asked them to pile sort, so we had masculinity on one side, femininity on the other side, and we gave them pictures. That's when you see stereotypes kept coming up. Under masculinity, they place guns. Under femininity, it's not what I'm saying, it's what they sing. They place money and makeup and nice things. So that's what the study assisted me to do. As I conclude, I'm looking at the impact on lifelong learning. The module offers and fosters the lifelong learning skills, values which are more important when we speak of Bloom's taxonomy, to the importance of collaboration and active citizenship, and the fact that we have. I try not to just limit it where we have food gardens at schools for teachers, community members take ownership, and we're not giving them anything. We are building together. So food gardens have become something that we work on. Water harvesting projects, recycling projects as well have been important for us. I think policy implications, I don't think we should really impact policy directly when we cannot. We should look at avenues to impact policy. So personally, I've been invited to edit manifestos for different political parties, especially on the education policies. So I think civil society also needs to take ownership. Educational advisory boards and policy development is important, as well as the use of social media, business, and community. I try to action some of these, where we've been invited to Germany, Belgium this year to advise on their education for sustainable policies, in India as well. But I've been invited, and I advise the CAPS curriculum, which is being revised this year, which is the one that we use, where I've advised on how the curriculum can look. So when the curriculum comes out at the end of this year, we've advised on what are the different options and plans and ideas that can be implicated or implemented, and teachers can use that to work. So this is what AI gave me in terms of a future South Africa that all 17 SDGs are achieved. So I'll just play it one more time, and I'd like to conclude here. Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Still have roughly, I can take 2 questions quickly, and he will respond to all of them. Okay. Let's get questions 2, and then anyone else?
Thank you so much. It was presentation, especially when you talk about decolonization, because my PhD is about decolonizing health crisis communication messages, where we bring the traditional knowledge from the traditional healers into the conceptualization of those health. So I wanted to ask you about when you were talking about Fanon, there's a concept where he speak about the epistemic trauma and the new humanism. So I wanted to ask, how do you apply those concepts, or you just apply the decolonization from Ndlovukajeni or Fanon, as well as when you were talking about the capitalism, did you also use the work of Thomas Sankara, Lenin and Marxism in terms of imperialism and knowledge and imperialism, as well as capitalism, as well as the xenophobia? I heard you talking about xenophobia. Did you also use the Ubuntu philosophy? Because when you gave an example of saying we don't know the agreement they've made to say, can we send our people there, in terms of the collectivism? Are we as South Africans tend to be an individualist society, or we are talking about this xenophobia? It means that we are moving away from that collectivism in terms of Ubuntu and going to the individualistic culture, as well as who were the traditional knowledge holders did you bring when you said you were having workshops in terms of?
Okay, I'll only take this response because
You are really dealing with me. I'll start with your last question. We try to address multiple issues at the same time. So when indigenous knowledge holders, Nelson Mandela, Steve Biko, they fought for democracy and the rights of black people and non-white people, but they had issues when it came to gender equality and how they treated the women activists in the Youth League. So we have to be selective on what we choose and critique our heroes as well, to write something more informed. Also, I draw on bell hooks when I speak of gender equality, because she speaks of the pedagogy of love. So when I'm critiquing the different people and issues of capitalism, I really want you to sell your phone. Thank you.
Thank you. You can see I'm not biased. I'm so spending good time. The one who's standing, the last presenter who's standing between us and lunch, you must come. I'm trying to make sure that you have your lunch. Easy. The IT specialist will make everything quicker. Our session IT specialist must be quick. She's standing between us and lunch, and then, yeah. 8 minutes. No pressure. No pressure.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Standing in front of you, I am Dr. Maureen Musi. I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Pretoria, and I'll be presenting to you a scoping review that I conducted to look at whether continuing professional education for midwives, especially looking at optimizing the management of obstetric emergencies and complication. So this is a study that I've done in collaboration with interprofessional stakeholders. From one of them is from the University of Swaziland. We also worked with stakeholders from the World Continuing Education Alliance. I'm also working with obstetricians. So it's a variety of stakeholders where we're looking into, women who come for childbirth. They really deserve skilled and competent care. So what I'm looking at is that, imagine a world where when a woman comes, she's expecting to go home with an alive baby. But then because of competency, because of skill, in managing emergencies, you find that midwives are not ready to manage the emergencies. They often think that, I think they often pray that they never encounter an emergency. So what I'm looking into is to develop something that will be looking at continuing education, professional education, meaning that after they've done their undergraduate, they continue practicing those obstetric emergencies and complication. So this is the outline of my presentation. I won't go into it. But why did I look specifically at obstetric emergencies and complication? So I'm basically looking at the Sustainable Developmental Goal number 3, and also making sure that we improve quality education, which is Sustainable Development Goal number 4. If you look at the statistics from the Saving Mothers report, it indicates that maternal mortality ratio is really very, very, very high. On average, about 810 women die while giving birth, especially in low and middle income countries, which is very concerning because we don't, it's not a norm, or it's something also ranges around 542 per 1,000 live births, which is higher than the ratio of 216 per 1,000 live births. And specifically, when we're talking about our SDG goal, it says that we should be an app, or can we develop, drills, for them to continue, practicing those skills? But I first started with a scoping review, which aimed to synthesize the evidence that is out there, to check globally what is out there in terms of continuing professional education. Are they going back for skills? Are they going back to really make sure that they are skilled to manage these obstetric emergencies, with the aim of addressing the knowledge gap and also implementation of policy? So in terms of a scoping review, it follows a 5-stage process that is by Axe and O'Malley, 2005, where in the first stage, I have my research question, which you already saw in the previous slide, and I also had my PCC. The stage 2 looked at the literature that is out there. From then, I had my inclusion and my exclusion criteria. Then stage 3, we selected the studies that really focus on the concepts that we are looking into. Stage 4, we extracted data from the data extraction from the different articles that were selected, and then we formalized, we gave a summary and also synthesized the report. So this is just showing you that from the articles that we had identified, so it's just showing you the databases that we used EBSCOhost to Scopus, Web of Science, ProQuest Central, and also PubMed. So from that, we found 752 articles, but at the end, we ended up with 32 articles which met our inclusion criteria. So the ones that we excluded is those that don't talk about continuing professional education. It's not for midwives, and it also didn't talk about obstetric emergencies and complication. So this is just showing you that graphically, the different countries that already have continuing professional education programs in place, if you can check, it depends on the shading. So this is just showing you that where we are now in South Africa, we really have limited studies or limited implementation of continuing education programs that are targeted at making our midwives to be skilled. So this is why I am planning to do this study, so that in South Africa, we can have a program that can capacitate our midwives to be competent. For you to be here, you needed a midwife. So we need to be competent enough to ensure that we have an alive mother and an alive baby at the end of the process. So what are the themes that we found is that we have different types of continuing professional education training programs, which range from standardized simulation CEP. So I think you all know Skills Lab, where you have a doll or mannequin that they can demonstrate a procedure in terms of obstetric emergencies. But now we're looking into, including technology. So technology-enhanced simulation-based, we're growing in terms of technology and in terms of capacitating our midwives. So from the study, we found that they say that it is better to do an interprofessional simulation-based training, where in the unit or in the maternity unit, if you would find an obstetrician, a midwife, you know, a doctor, they all work together to simulate, if they say maybe, let's see, we have a patient that has postpartum hemorrhage, that's just bled. What is it that we can do? So they sort of have drills in the unit to make sure that they capacitate themselves to remain, you know, to be able to address that situation if they were to encounter that situation. In terms, we don't have enough resources, we don't have adequate skills, which then attributes to a high maternal mortality rate. We have a lack of educational opportunity for continuing education, and we also have insufficient sustainability of CEP programs implemented. From the studies that I found is that they are suggesting that we can implement continuing professional education program through interprofessional training, policy that governs the implementation, and also evaluate the impact of CPE training using that Kirkpatrick scale. In conclusion, continuing professional education program can be offered in various approaches, including simulation-based training, technology-based simulation, online modules, workshop, and also interdisciplinary and interprofessional learning. So what I am planning to do is that at a later stage from the different phases, perhaps we can develop a safe delivery app that can be used by midwives. They have those emergencies at hand, and when they meet a situation, then they know that, oh, she's bleeding. It means it's postpartum hemorrhage. This is how I identify it, and these are the steps that I need to take. So we're thinking about developing a safe delivery app for South Africa, where it can make them to respond to the emergencies timely and, you know, make sure that they are capacitated. So this, in turn, can really assist with our SDG goal through improving the maternal and also neonatal outcomes. So this is just the people that are involved in this study. As I indicated, the World Continuing Education Alliance Research Development Program that funded the study, the Director of Maternal and Child Healthcare, the Head of Gynecology and Obstetrics at Steve Biko, and also the leader from CPE program from the South African Nursing Council and other universities. So thank you so much. And I already have an article from this. It's already in preprint, and yeah, we're waiting publication. Thank you so much.
One, two. All right, thank you so much for such a very inspiring talk. I just have a twofold question. First and foremost, in terms of the work which you are doing, do you think in the health sector or maybe around the nursing sector, do you think that first of all there is enough political will and also there is enough support to support this type of work so that it can go forward? And then secondly, I just wanted to check this shortage of skills. So these midwives, because you're speaking about a continuing program, so are they taught, I'm just trying to understand where is the gap, because you're saying continuous programs, aren't they supposed to be taught already? So those are just my short questions.
Any other questions before? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd also like to ask, what is the ratio for midwife and maybe pregnant women? And also, are you looking at, is it the public health system or is it the private health system? Because if you are looking at the public, it's already overpopulated in terms of like resources are not enough. The midwives already have a lot. So in terms of emergencies and everything that's going on, if they have to, one person has to cater for 10 people, for instance, then how does that work? Where will they get the time off to go and for continuous development?
Okay. Thank you so much for the questions. I will start with this. And then you said, where is the gap? So currently with our curriculum, you know, nurses would go in your undergraduate, the 4-year program. Then when they are sent, so it's sort of like a program that doesn't cover all those. We would have taught emergencies, but, you know, they need to be, it's something that they are not encountering on a daily basis when they are in the wards. They just continue hoping that, Yo, I don't meet a patient who will bleed. I won't meet a patient who has hypertension. Therefore, those skills they forget, to manage or to practice those skills. So continuing education program is basically looking at keeping abreast with the current evidences and making sure that one keeps on continuing the skill and not lose that skill. Because if you don't practice something, then you will lose that skill. Yeah. And then in terms of the ratio, come from them, what can work in terms of doing the continuing education program for them. Others can, there are different types, as I indicated, where a doctor can mentor a midwife to say, when this is happening, this is how you can do it. Or they can have drills. When the ward is not busy, they can just create a scenario, case studies, and say if we had a patient that was to collapse, eclampsia, so that they continue, updating their skills and knowledge. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I think everyone must pass by and get your ticket for the food. The judge, you can join, I think, on the VIP, because I think you might be continuing with more work again in the afternoon, so quick. Thank you. We get the time, your lunch is exactly 4 months. I tried, eh? So it's allowed. The only place where
solutions, while they're also addressing diverse learning needs. So just to give you a background in terms of the blended learning models, so when we're talking about a lifelong learning, it's a process whereby it's very essential to today's changing world. Also, given the rapid technology advancement that is also affecting our lives, and also the different aspects in the economy, and also the changing of labor market as well. So lifelong learning also prepares individuals and us so that we at least able to be up to standard in terms of the requirement that is required in the career advancement. So I also will delve into the importance of lifelong learning. So lifelong learning is also essential, as I've also indicated, into the changing society. Its significance for our personal growth, our professional development, as well as it does enhance us to be very competitive in terms of the job market. And also when it comes to our student, it does promote engagement. Is this working? To the second slide, please. So I'll give you a overview of the blended learning models. So when we're talking about the blended learning model, it's a combination of your traditional instructions as well as your digital world, that is your digital platforms that are also implemented by your technologies. And also, this is very important because with the flexibility of technology, it does create that aspect that student can now able to learn when they are not physically in the classroom. They can also tap into your ebooks and also internet whenever they are. Today, I think there's also e-learning when the students are able to even to learn when they're jogging, so they listen to their test books other than to physically go and open a test book. And also it's very important in terms of structural design, as well as digital infrastructure and professional development. So this digital learning approach, it does require an intensive structural design, as also we need to have an intensive digital infrastructure so that it can cater diverse needs. And also, it also involves, just to give you some examples of blended learning, you'll find your flipped classrooms and also hybrid courses and also personalized training models. They do actually help to promote this lifelong learning. To come to the benefits of blended learning, it does it does enhance the learner engagement. So because it gives you that combination of your traditional as well as your digital learning. So students are able to do what? To learn. It does enhance engagement. And also in terms of accessibility, you don't have now to be clustered in the library. In your cell phones, you have ebooks. Wherever you are, if you are connected to the internet, you can access the study material. So it is accessible. So it provides that flexibility of learners to learn wherever they are. And also it provides a personalized learning. So there is an e-learning, that is ebooks, that actually understand the students' capabilities. So for example, if you provide a chapter chapter to a student studies the chapter, afterwards it provides a quiz, so to understand how did you actually understood all the material that you have done. So it does, after that, it does give you a stats in terms of your strong areas and also your weak areas. And also it is a cost effective. So I think today we are faced by clustered classrooms. Now that you don't need to come thousands of students to be clustered in a very small classroom, they can start at their own time, and then a lecturer can pick so which groups can they focus to at which particular time. So it does save that particular space. So it's, instead of building many buildings, now you can have small classrooms that are targeted based on the what, on the performance of your students. So coming to the challenges now of blended learning implementations. So the first one is infrastructure. I think this one is the huge one, because without a proper infrastructure that has been put to place for the blended learning to run smoothly so that it can be effective, so people won't really get that benefits of blended learning. So it does divide if there is no internet availability and people don't have cell phones that actually supports that intensity of e-learning. And also the instructional design also is another aspect that is actually cause a challenge if it's not quality as well as it's not consistent. Remember, we're not just taking the student and dumping them online. It needs to be put together in a very qualitated manner, so at least the students don't feel left out in terms of their learning. As well, there is also educator training. Without properly your lecturers, your educators, your facilitators, if they are not properly trained, I mean, how are they going to facilitate this blended learning if themselves, they've no idea what is it they are doing? So we need that aspects. I hope I won't eat time, just to bring, I tried, I think some times back, I tried to implement a flipped classroom in with my class. Actually, the results were not so great because students ended up running away from me because first, they did not know how to engage with the material that I've put on Moodle. Others said, in the residence, I did not have an internet, so I did not study. When I said, okay, what have you understood? And then one person started to go out from the class, so it wasn't really, so I decided, you know what, there is something missing here. So the last one is student engagement. Also, as a facilitator, you need to make sure you're not leaving any student out. So you must manage the participation very well. So you need to continuously check on stats in the e-books if you are implementing the e-book, so that who is actually participating on the online learning and who is not, and how do you actually motivate those students to actually be able to learn from online so that they can be effective in class. Strategies, I'll just quickly run. We've got flipped classroom, rotation models, where student actually or lecturer advise student to rotate between online and face-to-face. And also we've got supplementary of Central Florida. They actually do that to manage the growing enrollment. They did not have a physical space to actually capture all those numbers of those students. And also you've got the University of Michigan, and also that one was very good in terms of to actually have those students that were at risk. And also we've got University of UK, Open University. It also implemented the blended learning. My time is running up. In conclusion, so blended learning, if we want really to put in to be very effective within our universities, as well as the help in the life learning and learning improvement, we need to make sure we deal with those challenges that comes with it. Make sure that government universities, they invest in infrastructure, they train the educators, facilitators, they make sure that they are the first priority before we can say we are going to fall full force in it. Just to end my presentation, blended learning is not merely a pedagogical trend, but it is a transformative approach that redefines the
Left time. It just means that you have 6 minutes. No, it just means that you are taking your time on the questions. You still have time. It's unfair. It's on the questions. Any questions? 2 questions from the ground? 2 questions from the ground. I can't ask questions and it's the topic closest to my heart, so I can't ask questions.
No, sir. That's fine. That's why I'm asking question, because I know what question would you ask actually. So I don't know, maybe I missed something. What theoretical framework did you use, and why did you use that particular theoretical framework for your blended learning? Because I know somebody like so much one theoretical framework, and I just wanted to see if you know about that theoretical framework of Diana Laureat.
Okay, basically this one I did not apply any theoretical. I was looking at the benefits and also the challenges in the implementation of blended learning in order to promote.
It's part of that. So I suggest you to, in the future, to use this theoretical framework, Diana Laureat, and you can see that it is developed particularly for online blended learning. Another, I don't know if it's some researchers is not agree or kind of saying that it's not strongly valued, but it's also TPAC. That theoretical framework you can also use. And obviously, Vygotsky and Gastrom and cultural historical activity theory or social constructivism. Thank you.
Thank you. More or less around that side. I'm on that area, so but I can't ask questions. I don't want to be accused of being unfair. You know? Any question? The second question?
Yeah, this is one question.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much for that engaging presentation. My question is around inclusivity and access. You spoke about, I think you even referred those who are marginalized in terms of access, right? Now, blended learning, you spoke about having that virtual component and those virtual learning spaces, which some might access with electronic devices and so on. How do you then see that look like in communities where the learners do not have access to that?
Okay, I will first start with the social inclusive. So I think my side was a bit biased because it was only catering the students that are in the university. I did not go and touch base to how is it in the rural areas where there is also a very problem of that infrastructure challenge in terms of implementation, because without it, then it's useless. There is no benefits around it. And then the second question that you have was it how then can we make sure they benefit in it? The first one, we need a lot of investment so that in those rural areas, I think in Pretoria, you'll find certain spots whereby there is internet. So wherever you are, you can go there, connect your PC, connect your phone, so that with that specific time, then you can study. So that I think that's number one that government and policymakers need to look into. Safe spaces in the rural community where they can have hotspot of internet that is unlimited. Thank you.
I already given us some 23 seconds. You can see. I'm fair. You can see. Okay. The next speaker will be coming. Thank you. We have to try because we have to print certificates also at the same time. By 3:15, the certificate must be already been done. So for this session, we are printing session per session. So the next speaker can be coming in. I don't have a program. What's my next speaker's judge there? Sibanda. Yeah. We have to stick to time because we are not going to be able to print certificates. People are leaving, so when the work is done, no one is going to print for us. So we need to make sure that by 3:15, this session is already submitted. It's, So I will be strict with time. Don't worry. But if you've been on my other sessions, you will know that when I stand, guys, it means that you have 6 minutes to be clear. But you're going to be taking in your questions. Yeah, when I stand, it will be 1 minute from your presentation, but you can take time from there. But if you don't get a question, we give you 0. Is that clear? That's what it is. Yeah. Are you a doctor?
No, I'm a PhD candidate. Yes, sir. Good day, everyone. My name is Elias Sibanda. I'll be presenting on leveraging recommender system within digital twins to enhance learning and education systems in Africa. And the contents of my presentation look like that. I will not go into it. Okay, first, let me explain what a digital twin is. Digital twinning is a technology that allows us to create twins of a physical object and create a digital twin. It is mostly used in aircrafts. So when an aircraft is flying, what the traffic controller and the technical team is looking at, they are looking at the digital representation of the aircraft, which represents exactly how the aircraft looks, right? So you can create a digital twin for literally anything and everything. We are moving into a space whereby being physically present in a classroom and consuming educational content is not always feasible, but we also want to try and make sure that we can access educational content wherever we are. So we are fusing two fields, which is recommender systems and digital twinning, right? So some of the challenges in African education is access issues, Many regions face barriers in accessing quality education. We believe that with the digital twin technology, we can be able to improve their education and we can be able to deliver education from anywhere, which then doesn't make the physical barriers much of a barrier. And then we're looking at inclusivity. Diverse learner needs and backgrounds require adaptable educational solutions. Right. So we have different learners in different institutions and different classrooms. With digital twinning and recommender systems, they will help us be able to analyze, get feedback from the learners or from the digital twins, and be able to, study behavior and be able to also recommend content that might be good for the learners or that might be relevant to them. And then, yeah, I think I've touched on quality and relevance, and then need for innovation. There's pressing need for innovation, for innovative solutions to address the challenges and improve educational outcomes. We believe that if we can use digital twins, it will help us be able to, improve the outcomes, because content will be delivered from anywhere and everywhere. So a digital twin basically looks like this. You've got your physical twin and your digital twin. And in between, you have a framework that allows you to mirror the physical object. We have different implementation types, cyber first or physical first. Preferably, I would go for physical first, because the physical object has to exist first before you can create the digital twin, instead of creating a cyber representation of something that doesn't exist, right? So in an educational environment, you need a couple of objects to be available. First, you need the student. You need a digital twin of the student, so you can study the student's behavior. You also need a digital twin of the classroom, right? So if the classroom is allocated to be able to accommodate 30 students, your digital twin must look exactly the same. So, right, even though we might be in different geographical locations, we should still feel like we are next to each other, right? So that brings in your virtual reality and all other technologies. So with cyber first, we create a cyber before the physical object. This works in some instances, because in some fields, because sometimes you don't want to invest that much in technology that might not be, that might not yield the necessary returns. So what we then do in that case, you go for a cyber first and you create a cyber and then test out the model. If it works, then only then you bring in the physical object. The advantage of using cyber first is, it allows for trial and error, and it gives you suitable results, and the costs are lower because the physical object is not there, and it takes the shortest amount of time. And it allows you to experiment under different conditions, as opposed to when you have a physical object first, because you need to mirror that image. For example, if I'm walking, the digital twin has to be able to calculate the exact distance at the exact time. So it needs some fast internet and real-time data. Now, integrating recommender systems. Okay. Before we go into the integration, let me explain what a recommender system is. A recommender systems, these are systems that recommend items to users. So for those of you who are on social media, you've probably seen people you may know, and it's actually people you may know. So those are recommender systems. They use certain algorithms. I'll talk about the algorithms later. So recommender systems, they recommend items to users. The ongoing challenges of recommender system is to making them as accurate as possible, so that we don't recommend to you people that you don't know. Because the success of the recommender system solely relies on the user interaction. If I recommend to you people that you may know, how do I know that the system is successful? Is by you clicking on the person and actually sending that friend request. So, okay, these are algorithms and tools that provide personalized recommendation based on user data. So we study the system. What it does is it collects as much data as it can from you as the user. And then it is an application used to suggest learning material, resources, and intervention tailored to individual users, right? When we are conducting the study, we played around with a recommender system that recommends content for students. For example, if you're an IT student, we don't want to be recommending books on a subject that is very irrelevant to you, but we want to be recommending books in the same field, And based on how you consume the content, then the system learns, and it's able to adapt and continue recommending. I've already touched on what digital twins are. And now, the methodology that we've used is we have simulated a digital twin and then plugged in a recommender system on the digital twin, because the digital twin becomes a data source for the recommender system, right? And the data, we get the data from actual educational environment. So the digital twin is an actual educational environment that feeds the data onto the recommender system. And then we had to integrate the recommender system by developing algorithms to analyze user data and provide personalized recommendations. The type of algorithms we used for recommender system is a collaborative filtering algorithm and content-based algorithm. So, which then allows us to create a hybrid of the two algorithms. And then implementation, integrate the recommender system within digital twin framework. We have integrated the recommender system. And then creating user profiles, we've created user profiles based on student learning needs, preferences, and performance. So these are not necessarily real students. These are, because it was a testing environment, then we went for cyber first. So we created students, basically. Okay, and then the implementation, the recommender system within the digital twin. Okay, I've touched on this. And now some of the digital twin technologies that are available and what we've used is we've used Siemens NX, we've used MATLAB and Simulink to create all the environments that were necessary for the project. And some visualization tools like 3D visualization. The integration process included the system architecture and design architecture for the recommender system. The data flow ensured the seamless data flow between the digital twin and the recommender system. And then our testing involved connecting integration testing to ensure functionality and performance. Because one of the most important things is also making sure that the integration happens seamlessly. And then the evaluation of the system, we've used precision and recall, and the results are quite satisfactory with our precision recall graph closer to other studies. And now practical implementation for policymakers is we can provide insights on integrating digital twins and recommender systems into the education policy and strategic planning use findings to inform strategic decisions for educational technology investment and scalability, considering the scaling for system across different regions and educational contexts. Thank you.
Roughly 3.5 seconds question. 1 and 2.
Thank you so much for the insight. I think the bridging of digital technology in the energy space speaks to the advancement in terms of innovation. My question to you is around, I think digital systems, right, and you can correct me in this, are only as useful as what we feed them, right, in different contexts. And I'd like you to reflect on that statement and how the digital twinning would allow us to, as much as we're simulating the physical environment, how are we channeling the existing knowledge of the space and how the students interact with the content that is derived and shared with them using those digital twins? And is it then dependent on the knowledge that you have or the evidence that you have of that particular environment? And is this then a link in terms of curation of material or content, or what we can then define e-learning platforms?
Okay, you can respond.
Okay, thank you for the question. So, to answer your question, with the digital twinning, right, is we collect data that is both implicit and explicit, right? So, we collect the physical movement, we collect what the student consumes by whether the student reads that content. How do you know that, for example, the student has read a content? They will sit on a page or open a book, right? So this then allows us to say, okay, this student has read 1, 2, and 3 books. Therefore, we are able to recommend the next book that the student might be able to, might be interested in. It's the same algorithm that is used in maybe Netflix, whereby you watch a certain series and then it recommends similar algorithms. We call it content-based algorithm, right? But we also bring in collaborative filtering algorithm, which then says, he has read 1, 2, and 3, and you are in the same class. How do we know that you are in the same classes? Because of, you are in class at the same time for the same subject, doing the same thing, you understand? In that cyber-physical space, you are always together. Therefore, if he was interested in that book, you probably might be interested in that book. I'm not sure if I've answered your question.
You can bring the conversation. The next speaker. I'm trying to make sure that at least we get out around 5 past 3 so that I can rush to go print certificates. I still need to go change for the Galatin as much as you guys. Otherwise you're going to miss the bus of change in the Galatin. I think they give you a floor. I want to make sure that the bus takes you back to change. If you're changing, then you go to the Galatin on time. Okay. Let me know when you're ready. Doctor, when you just say I'm a student or I'm a doctor, it would be nice to make the judge.
Mr. Chairperson, the panel of the judges, audience, greetings. I greet you in this beautiful day. My name is Michael. I'm the Masters of Arts in Development Studies here at University of the Nelson Mandela University. So today I'm going to be indulging or embarking on this very, I can say, over-debated or something that academics have been talking about. The title of my presentation, it's there. It says, for the interest of the time, I'm going to be very diplomatic to save time. So we're going to go to the second slide. I want you to look on this picture. The picture's depiction of my topic, what's all about my topic. Because as I said, the topic is a transformative education with regard to Afrosensitivity, Afrosense teaching and learning pedagogies. So I came with this picture just to entice the audience, to contextualize it with regard to my title of my presentation. I don't know, you'll just take this thing, take home notes, or maybe to reflect at your disposal time. So reflection, I feel like the system that we have right now here, it's more imposing, particularly is subjugating our African way of doing things, and with regard to teaching and learning pedagogies and pathos and ethos. So that's why I came with this picture. We're going to move quickly. The second slide, this is my introduction part, what I'm going to talk about. The study presents the papers, key words, and methodology which was employed in this research. By the way, this is a conceptual paper. This is a theoretical paper. It's derived from the articles I did what I call more like systematic literature review, and the rest I'll expound on it with regard to methodology. Chiefly, I'm going to discuss about the findings or the results which I've assimilated from the synthesis from other scholars, scholarly lenses or which they have been reflecting in similar to my title of my presentation. So furthermore, these paper, ladies and gentlemen, is going to talk about the recommendation and the conclusion, because at the end of the day, we can't talk about presentation and we impart people, our audiences, but we don't provide the narrative, I can say, notion of, say, what are we doing? What is the next step that we're going to do? So for the interest of time, I'm going to be quite very diplomatic. So this, it's about the elephant in the house. You're about to chunk the elephant, starting with the two, and we're going to finish up with the head. So this is the introduction of my work, ladies and gentlemen, to the dear panel of the judges and also Mr. Chair. The study, it's aimed at exploring the practices and the pedagogies of what guidelines for teaching and learning in reference to the theme of this conference, transformative education with regard to lifelong learning. So we need to understand that. So this is what I position myself, my paper. I do believe there are a lot of debates, a lot of notions about similar to my title, but they started framing in this practices in an Afrosense perspective approach for teaching and learning, transformative education, particularly for lifelong learning. So number two, the purpose of this paper, ladies and gentlemen, it's calling or it's conscientizing for significant need to transform the South African basic education. We're looking at the basic education because we feel like this is where it's very sensitive because we're dealing with the vulnerable kids. According to psychology will tell you that the brain starts to learn at the age. So that if we start from the ground root, we'll be dealing with the elephant in the house, ladies and gentlemen. So the studies argued strongly by saying that the language that we're using, which is a medium of instruction, it has some paradoxes or a dilemma. It has some questionabilities or questionable things that we need to talk about, which are affecting the performance of the learners, particularly for lifelong learning. So lastly, I'm going to talk about the purpose of the study. It's going to, the study was done through the usage of what you call, as I mentioned, the theoretical paper, conceptual paper, gentlemen. So I want to be, these are the keywords. So let us start about unpacking the keywords. So I define a transformative education according to the body in here by saying the education system which it seeks to promote personal development, it seeks to change the way people they learn, the way people they view concepts, the abstract, the way people they assimilate knowledge. So that's why I'm saying it's a system which promotes personal transformation. Its key purpose. Number two, drawing another definition. It empowers individuals towards acknowledgement and understanding the dynamics between in and outwards, in refer to yourself and also the world which surrounds you. Moreover, transformative education, ladies and gentlemen, it's a system which focuses on advancing the understanding, practices, and experiences of the learners in the classroom. So we're not saying that we're excluding the current system that is more what the Eurocentric and also Americanized. We're saying that there must be hybrid, there must be what the combination of the two, but specifically primary so focusing on the Afrosense teaching approach, pedagogy, drawing this definition from Professor Sente. So now I'm going to define the definition of this system is also talk about the changing of learners' experiences, as I said before. So I want us to indulge in definition of Afrosense. What do you mean about Afrosense? To what extent? Afrosense in this paper, it's simply referring to the African context, our morass, our pathos, our ethos, African philosophies. So that system, it should be in line with how Africans do things. I want to draw the statement from the Professor Lumumba. He once says, the African problems, they don't need what you call technology, they don't need other theories. They need to be understood in the context of Africa. They need to be understood in how Africa they relate. We speak about IKS. So that's why I'm talking about this Afrosense. The other thing I want us to have definition about the indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge is just referred to a native languages, your mother tongue and all that, in summary. That's why I found it's very important, ladies and gentlemen, to define this concept. So we're moving in the middle of the presentation. How did I do this conceptual paper, theoretical paper? What are the things which I've considered? What are the actions? How did I do it? I did it. So to the house to understand, to comprehend on my discussion presentation. So methodology which I use in the paper, ladies and gentlemen, it was conceptual as I mentioned. Data was collected through Prisma. Prisma, I don't know if I can assume we all know Prisma. It's from what the systematic literature review. Prisma guidelines, because I was focusing on synthesizing findings, concluding on the findings of other scholars. What are they saying? What are their lenses, approaches? With this, the problem that actually this study seeks to addresses. teaching and learning through the use of Afrosense pedagogy, pedagogy approach. So for the 5 articles I read, I only took 11 articles which were potentially relevant to my study. Why not? Because I feel like there might be a lot of scholars, their voices, but for the purpose of the study, 11 articles were similarly, not to talk about 100%, very, very potentially relevant to this study. So now we go to discussions. This is a discussion part, ladies and gentlemen, where I'm talking about the themes were drawn from this synthesis of findings. So discussions, theme number one, which I found it very enticing, is Afrocentric teaching and learning curriculum. Why Afrocentric teaching and learning curriculum, as is portrayed on this display? These are the things. The scholars, the findings which I've actually found out from articles, they say, yes, we need to have that Afrocentricity, Afrocentric teaching learning pedagogy, particularly in the primary education, basic education system. Why not? Because it's going to frame the perspectives for learners understanding their way of learning through, right, from their African physiological background, punching weight. So this Afrocentric approach seeks in every situation, in the totality of Africa. We're not excluding the westernized and European approaches, but we say no, our voices as Africans must be heard. Most importantly, mother tongue language. I feel like drawing from other scholars, learners, they fail to understand the language before failing to understand the content. So that's why I'm talking about paradox. So if we break that, shift, we'll be moving forward. We'll be talking about transformative education. Number one, learners, they'll be emphasized in Afrocentricity. Right, when we talk about it's going to promote multiplicity of the culture, multiculturalism, as I mentioned, this is mentioned here. The findings which I'm going to talk about, what these findings says, implication of things. According to other scholars which have revisited their works, they're saying that if learners, they use their mother tongue language for teaching and learning, it's going to sustain language growth. African languages will be had in literature of the teaching and learning. So the other point which I'm talking about, it's going to emphasize on the intellectual involvement. So for you to be very competent, you need to have understanding of the usage of the language. The barrier in African problems is the language barrier, mother tongue language that is we're not using in the teaching and learning. So that's the paper called for that. We need to use our own mother tongue language, multiplicity in the classroom. This way we talk about transformative. How can you transform someone by now imposing someone using his or using a certain language which is not her or his or the language. So other thing here is innovation. Innovation is beyond boundaries. When the learners understand the language which they use, is their mother tongue language, they'll be able to excel. So for example, doing maths in your Zulu post or whatever, we talk about there will be competence, there will be innovation, all that. So look at China, referring to China, Japan, they fought for independence according to the history, 1860s, somewhere there. The war between USA and Japan, it was about ideology. It was about patriotism, so patriotic against issues. So the paper called for that. We need to have African languages to be recognized in the system. This is where we talk about independence. We talk about fully notion of what they call liberation, democracy. So there will be competency because learners will not be having the problems about not understanding all that. So I want to be rapidly, for the sake of time, because I've got a lot to talk about. Afroscience curriculum, teaching and learning values. These are the values. It seeks to advance, enhance learners. And it also, African philosophy of education is aimed to contribute to transformation of educational discourse in Africa. In particular, empowering learners and students within the classroom. The other thing here, of our own value, our voices, like African philosophies. This is where we talk about transformative thing, human development. It's just my line of argument in this regard. Thank you so very much.
Reply to that, and that will be a last. Yes, you can
should I? Okay. No. I just wanted to agree with what is being said by the audience because, like I said, we all come from different sort of. I'm not sure how Foucault came up with his theory of the discourse analysis, and that everyone comes from a different theory. However, the more that you think about it or sit down and look at it, you realize that he was onto something somehow, in that because what Dr. Matekenya is saying, you can argue also is she's coming from a theoretical background that says if this is not working or this cannot work for everything, whereas someone could come from a theoretical background that says something can work for everything. So we basically end up with different strands of discourse or discursive knowledge, and this affects how we essentially exist as human beings.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. I hope you can see that we tried. It's 9 past. We were ahead by 9 minutes, but we can still be fine. We can still print the certificate in the next 15 minutes. Yes. I think Mobini, you will find Mobini on the other side, yeah. So I hope you can see we try to be fair. You know, education uptime when you are having good presentations is not as easy as it is. But we have to rush for printing of the certificates because we also need to take you guys to change for gala, and then from then, you know. So apology if you feel that maybe I was standing up. My standing up was to guide you. I was trying to be nice to guide you. Thank you guys. We enjoyed.
Do you use e-wallet?
Is it not there? If it's not there, you can give it to